Hello everyone, my name is Adnan Shafiq and this is my project 6 on SQL Chronicle where we are going to command data, dominate analytics and create meaningful insights. In this project video, I'm going to take SQL beyond basic querying. By that I mean that we are going to structure raw data into powerful business intelligence insight. This video project comprises of 4 parts from basic to advanced. In the first part, we are going to work on installation and setup for MySQL Workbench and learn how to properly install SQL in our local machine. And afterwards, in part 2, we are going to take hands-on practice on SQL queries such as where, from, unions, joins, CTE, temp tables, and much more. For the last 2 parts, we are going to work on 2 projects. First project is data cleaning project, in which we are going to learn how to pre-process, standardize, and wrangle the dataset. Not only that, we are going to learn how to create a database and also learn how to import datasets into tables. So that's first project, data cleaning. And afterwards, we are going to do a second project, which is exploratory data analysis, in which we are going to mark down data points on which we can afterwards visualize the dataset. This is a complete walkthrough video on YouTube, and all of the supporting resources are in the description below, as well as my LinkedIn account, Kaggle account, GitHub repository with all of the datasets and the script files for this project. And last but not least, I have as an added bonus included MySQL link from where you can download and set up MySQL and its supporting packages. Now, without wasting any further time, let's dive in and start the project. Thank you. So guys, before starting the whole series regarding the SQL project 1 and 2, data cleaning and EDA process and how to use SQL commands, different commands, we need to install MySQL Workbench. And I have already opened MySQL website from where you can download the software. Okay, and the link will be in the description below. So there are 2 options here. The first one is online web page and second is the complete installation package. And I have selected this complete one. So you need to do nothing. You need to just click on the download button. It will download and then click on click on the setup file to start the setup process. However, before starting up the setup process, you need to keep one thing in your mind, that for running MySQL Workbench, you need to install Microsoft Visual C++ redistributable packages, and from here you can download them. Okay, and the link of these redistributable versions will be in the description. So I don't need to download this. You have to do nothing. You just need to download it. By clicking on it, it will automatically download and then install them. So let's get to the installation part. So here, as you can see, I have already downloaded MySQL Workbench setup file, the complete installation. And now I'm going to open it. So I'm going to share a screen with you guys. So now it is being installed. As you can see, it's going to ask lots of permission 1 or 2 times. So click on yes when Windows pop-up appears. So I'm going to share this as well. So as you can see, this pop-up window will appear. and it is going to ask you guys which package do you guys want to install, the server only, client only, full or custom. For the basic work which we are going to do, we are going to select the first option which is selected by default. Click on the next button, and then it is going to ask the file path, installation directory and file path. I have deleted it, but for some reason it is already have saved in the memory the file path. So I'm reinstalling it to show you guys how to install it. So I'm going to click next. I'm going to click yes. Now it is going to install the following product. I'm going to click on execute. I will let it install and it's going to take a minute. Now a green check will appear. That means we are good to go. I'm going to click next. Now it is going to ask us ready to configure. We are going to click next here. And for this section, I'm not going to touch on these technical things. If you know what you're doing, then you can change these type of things. Currently, we don't need to do anything. I'm going to click next. And now it is going to ask for the password. And will suggest use strong password encryption for authentication. I'm going to click next. Now it is going to ask us the password. So I'm going to write my password. And click next. And in the previous section, it might ask you to create the password. I had it already installed. Then I removed it from control panel and now I'm reinstalling it. So for some reason it is stored in my computer's or machine memory. So that's why it has accepted the previous password. And do I want to start my SQL server at system startup? So no, I don't want to do that. And I'm going to select standard system account, click next. Now I will click execute. It is going to do automatically install it, everything, and configure everything automatically, so you don't need to worry about anything. Although it will take a little bit of time. Now the setup has been successfully installed. I'm going to click finish, then configure complete, then click here finish. For you who if you guys installing SQL for the first time, then it will take a little bit more time. Some of the packages are already pre-installed in my computer. So you have to follow this basic method. And if you still don't understand anything, you can write in the comment section and I will try my level best to help you guys regarding installation of MySQL. Okay. So now we are going to click finish. So guys, I have already fired up MySQL Workbench, as you can see here. And now I'm going to click on this local instance to load the MySQL Workbench. So it is going to take a minute and load the console. As you can see, the console editor has been loaded. And just before we start, I want to tell you guys that I have already created a database which I'm going to show you, and how to create a database and how to insert tables I will explain before the end of this video and before my projects. Okay, so now first we have to do nothing. We have to go and click here, open SQL script file. I just wanted to show you guys the database tables which I have created already. And as you can see here, this table has been already created by me, and with all of the details for the code, what the code does and what is the purpose. So if anybody loads this script, they can easily understand how to navigate and how to write a code and create basic types of databases. Okay, and this is going to help you in advanced areas as well. So keep that in mind. Now what we are going to do, I'm going to load up a new query and going to tell you how to write the scripts for selecting. Okay, and we are going to use the existing database which I have created to practice on. So as you can see, it is highlighted here. I have double clicked here and it is bold and highlighted here. This means that this database is selected. If I click on another database, for example, this is the database by default of MySQL Workbench. Now this is selected. I'm going to get into how you can use the database and how you can select the database you want if this one is selected. But before that, I'm going to tell you how to use the select statement. For example, I write here select. Okay, and asterisk from. Now, which database I want to select the data? I want to select the data from city underscore development agency. This is the database name. And which table? Now there are 4 tables here. Okay, I want employee underscore demographics to be selected. So once I click here and select it, now I'm going to select this whole area and click execute. As you can see that the whole table has been loaded up. Okay, now the question you might ask, why I have written dot employee underscore demographic. That is because we want to tell SQL that select this database, city underscore development underscore agency, and which table you want to show. We want employees underscore demographic to show. So we are going to select this. Okay. So once we have selected this, if for example we want to select only the first name, so how can we select only the first name? It is not very difficult. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to write select, and select. After select, I'm going to write not static. If I want to select the whole table, then I'm going to write this is static area. Okay, but right now I just want the first name. So I will write first underscore name. Okay, and from where do I want to extract this data? From employee underscore demographics. And now again, we are going to select this because we only want to execute this line. If you want to run the whole script, you are going to click here. And if you just want to execute one line, then you're going to click here, execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. So once I clicked here, as you can see that only the first name from city underscore development underscore agency database is being fetched. But for example, you might ask, I want to also fetch last name as well. That is not very difficult. What we do here is I'm going to press enter and then give it a comma. Now I'm going to write the last name. So last underscore name. Okay. Do nothing. Again, select the whole statement and then execute it. As you can see, the last name are also fetched with the first name. Now, if, for example, your boss might ask you that I also want the age of these employees. Not a big deal, not a problem. It is very simple. Do the same process. Write comma, age, and then select whole, and then execute. Now, as you can see, the age column is also being reflected here. So it is very simple to do, not very difficult. Now, for example, if the company might be calculating something like what would be the age of the employees after 5 years. So that is not very difficult. We are going to make one more column and we are going to write, or 10 years, for example, age plus 10. So what will happen here is that once I have written this and selected the statement and click on execute, now as you can see, the first employer will say current age is 45. After 10 years, he will be 55. So you can also calculate in SQL. So it is not very difficult. But for example, if I want to also multiply, it is an addition. For example, I want to multiply. So I can give you an example. I would write this in brackets and give it a multiplication asterisk symbol and multiply by 10. Once I have written this and then execute it, now as you can see, the age plus 10 is 55, multiplied by 10 is 550. Or what do you say? This is the result. Now you might ask that how can this be possible in SQL? Well, for those of you who don't know, SQL is based on PEMDAS method, the calculation part. Now, some of you guys might not know what is PEMDAS. Okay, so one more thing for explaining you guys what is PEMDAS method and how it is used in SQL. PEMDAS means P for parenthesis, okay, and E for exponent, and M for multiplication, and we are going to write D for division, A for addition, and last but not least, S for subtraction. Now, for those of you who don't know how to write comments, basically this is inactive. SQL won't run this. Okay, for example, if I click here, it won't run this. Okay, this is how you write comments. You write hashtag, and whatever the comment you want to write, you can write here. How this is useful when you're doing any type of SQL project, especially the lengthy and difficult one, you can highlight what each code is used for by writing hashtag and commenting on it. That way, whenever you want to recheck or make changes, you can check it. Check what is the code is about. So that is a very useful technique and market best practices whenever you are writing a lengthy script for extracting or modifying the data set. Keep that in your mind. And as for PEMDAS method, you understand now that P for parenthesis, E for exponent, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. So this is the PEMDAS method which SQL use. So you can manually calculate. You can calculate the data in this tables. So it is very easy to understand, as you can see here. And if I click here, as you can see, the lowest and highest you can also extract. So I think this is simple and very easy to understand. So guys, now we are going to work on where statement and how does it work. So where is a condition, and where clause, whenever we use the where clause, It is to extract a specific type of data from the table. So it is very simple. Keep this in your mind. Now, for example, I'm going to write here your clause, and for example, if we are going to use the select static for all, and from we are going to select the data set from employee salary, right? Now we want to use a specific condition. First, I'm going to let you know how many employees are there in employee salary table. So we are going to select this and run execute. So as you can see, there are total 12 people who are the part of the table. And for example, I want to fetch Mr. Blal's raw. Okay. So it is very simple. We have to do nothing. We are going to write here where. Okay. Now we are going to write first underscore name. What is the name? We are going to write Bilal. And now we are going to execute it. And as you can see that SQL has only fetched Mr. Bilal's data because we have specified that we want Mr. Bilal from the data extracted. Okay. Now, if someone might ask that, for example, if I'm going to run this again and someone asks that I only want to extract the salary based on salary. So it is not very difficult. We're going to write here. We are going to copy it again to save time. And we are going to write where salary equals to, if you're writing any numeric text here, so keep that in mind that you don't need to add inverted commas or commas at all. Okay. And I forgot to tell you one more thing. This semicolon is used to break or stop the code. So keep that in your mind that whenever you are executing any code or query, you should end it with this semicolon. So now I'm going to write where salary is greater than 60,000. Now if we execute the code, as you can see, all of those individuals whose salaries is in excess or more than 60,000, the table has fetched that only. Now one might ask that if, for example, we want salary which is equals to 60,000 and greater than 60,000, that's not very difficult. I just need to add equals to here, as you can see, greater than or equal to 60,000. And when I select this code and click execute, as you can see here, that salaries including 60,000 and greater than 60,000. The SQL has fetched all of those salaries which are equal to or greater than 60,000. Now, if, for example, you say that I want to execute salaries which are less than 60,000, that is not difficult at all. We're going to do nothing. We are going to write it as less than 60,000, as you can see here. And now we are going to execute the code again. And you can see here that there are 3 employees which earn less than 60,000. And SQL has fetched that data based on our specific conditional command of where. So I hope that is clear. Now, for example, if you want to extract the data on the basis of gender, okay. So as you guys know that we have a table which also includes gender, and I'm going to show that table to you guys. For example, from, and we are going to write employee demographics, and then we are going to stop the code. Now we are going to execute this script code. So SQL is going to fetch all of the data set from employee underscore demographics. Okay. Now, as you can see here, there is a gender column here. And if you guys want to only extract the gender, for example, female, all of the females, it is not very difficult. We are going to do the same process again. We are going to write here where. Okay, now we are going to write gender. Okay, and gender will be equals to female. So female. Now when I execute the code, as you can see, all of the female in the gender list has been extracted by the SQL command. And same for the male. If I convert this into male and then execute it, then as you can see, all of the male has been extracted from this dataset. Now, there is one more way that you can extract the male. For example, I write female here. Okay. And I have given here equals to. If I use exclamation mark, that means that fetch only that data set which is not equals to female. So if we select this and run this code now, as you can see, all of the males have been fetched but not female because we have added exclamation mark. Same for the male. For example, if I remove the female and write it as male and then execute the code. Sorry, 1 minute. Yeah. All of the female has been fetched except for the males. So this is one more way that you can extract or execute the code. Now, if someone might ask that we want to execute the code and fetch the data according to the date of birth, that is not very difficult at all. And you can also extract it by date of birth. We're going to use the same code to save time. We are going to copy it and paste it here. And now I'm going to write here, instead of gender, we are going to here write it birth underscore date. And for example, if I want to date of birth to be greater than, let's say, 1985 01 those. Now, if we execute this code, all of the people whose date of birth are greater than 1985 is here. And in SQL, keep this in your mind that year, the format of date is year, month, and days. So you need to keep that in mind. And for example, if I write again equals to and then execute the code, same thing will happen because there is no date of birth which is equals to 0101. But 1985, we have one here, as you can see. And if we reverse it and write it as lesser than 1985, then if we execute the code, let's see what happens. As you can see, all of the employees whose date of birth are lesser than 1985 has been extracted by where clause, and there are a total of 4 employees which date of birth are lesser than 1985. So I think it is very simple to understand. Now we are going to add one more thing. So guys, now we are going to discuss about the logical operators. And there are not 2 types, but 3 types of logical operators. Actually, there are 4, but I'm going to first discuss the 3 main types and then we are going to discuss about the last type. So what are those operators? And these operators operate on pandas technique, the arithmetical calculation, which I have already discussed and told you guys in the SQL fetching method. When I was showing you guys SQL fetching method, so the first operator is AND, Second operator is OR, and the last but not least, the last operator is not or not. These are called logical operators, and how they work, I'm going to show you. First, we are going to copy this. Okay. Now, as you already, I have told you guys, and you know that we have used one condition here. Okay. But what these additional operators does is that they add an additional layer of condition which has to be met. Okay. So for example, if I'm going to use and gender, which is equals to male close. Now if I run this code or execute it, as you can see, SQL has fetched me all of those date of birth which are lesser than 1985. Okay. And all the genders are male. I can also tell it to fetch greater than 1985. Here, it is showing 1985 0409 and 0101. So it is greater than 1985, which condition we have set. And also all three candidates are male. But what will happen if I use OR condition? So it is very simple to understand. I'm going to copy paste this code and modify it to save time. And we are going to execute now this code. Now, what will happen? What is happening basically in the background is either this condition needs to be true or this conditions need to be true. One of these conditions must need to be true. So here you can see the date of birth is not greater than 1985. The first condition is false. However, the second condition is being met that the gender is male. That is why SQL has fetched this data. Now, if I use or not condition here and type it or not, what I'm trying to say here is that either it is greater than 1985 or the gender should not be a male. So what will happen here is SQL will fetch the data, and as you can see, first condition is met, second condition is met. However, here as you can see, Hamza Rauf is a male. Second condition is not being met, but SQL fetched it because I had given it that the date of birth must be greater than 1985. Therefore, it is in the output result, as you can clearly see. Now for the last condition, what we are going to do, first I'm going to type the last condition so you can take notes. It is a like statement, okay? And it has two sub operators which are called special characters. First character is the percentage symbol and the second character is underscore symbol. And what they do is percentage means that whatever I have first character whatever I have chosen, after that whatever the characters are there, it can easily fetch it. Okay, there is no specific condition, but underscore means number of characters. How this works, I'm going to explain. So now, for example, first we are going to copy this and paste it here. Okay. Now, first we check the table. This is the table. Okay. Now, if I want AD, all of the character which starts with A. Okay. Or let's say I'm going to choose, okay, A. So what will happen here is that we are going to write here first name, okay, is like . comma A. First alphabet must be A, and after that, whatever characters are being used, it is not a problem. So this is the code, and let's see what happens when we run it. Now, as you can see that two employees with the first alphabetical letter A has been fetched by SQL. Okay. Now, for example, if I restrict it, okay, and type it like this. Underscore underscore. 2 time underscore and then fetch it. It will return null. Why it has written it null? And one more thing I will tell you before explaining this. Null. The reason for that is that I am telling it that it must be, the name must be of 3 characters. For example, if I add 2 more underscores and then try to fetch it, as you can see, both of them employees are being fetched. Adil has 5 characters. Ahmad also has 5 characters. So I am telling it that after A, there should be 4 more characters. That is the reason why A is being fetched. And one more thing, when we write percentage after the first character, that means it is fetching whatever first letter should be A and fetching whatever characters are there after A. Okay. But for example, if I type percentage here and then try to run it, do you know why whole table has been fetched? The reason for that is I am telling SQL that A must be present inside the name. For example, Farah. In the case of Farah, before A, F is present. So, for example, if I remove it and tell it to run it like this. So, before A, there must be a character. So, it is fetching all of those names which have A inside their name. Okay. So, that is why percentage is being used for. And if I type it again in the last side, then try to run it. And now you can see that these are the outputs. So I can play with it. I can write set and then execute this area. Now if I type, as you can see, Zara with 4 characters. First character I have already defined, and all the other 3 characters which are being defined in number by underscore symbol. If there is any name with 4 characters starting with Z, SQL is going to fetch it. So I hope you guys understand how it works, how the like statement works, and how we can fetch specific data according to our needs. So let's move towards the next part. So guys, now we are going to take a deep dive into 2 functions which are most commonly used in SQL query for aggregating, calculating, and bifurcating the data and fetching it according to our desire. So what are those 2 functions? That is group by and order by. So first we are going to take a deep dive into group by, how it works and what is the purpose. So I'm going to first write the commit group by. Okay. Now, for example, if I write select in capital and I'm going to select gender, okay, from which table? Employee demographics, and Now we are going to group by gender. And let's see what happens when we try to run it. As you can see, when I have selected gender column from employee demographics and I want it to be grouped by gender. So SQL has fetch distinct value in the gender column. There are two distinct value, male and female. If there was a third value like others, then it would have fetch three distinct values. So that's one thing. And for example, if I write first underscore name, okay, and if I try to execute it now, it won't work. Do you know why it is not working? It is showing error. And the reason for this error is because either the group by and the column selected should be aggregated column, which can be calculated, or the column both must be same. Group by and select column must be same. So if I select gender and group by gender, then it is going to only execute. That is one thing to note. Now, for example, what are aggregated columns? So aggregated columns I'm going to show you. If I add comma and then write, for example, ABG for average, and what average I want the average of age. Now what will happen? Let's see. As you can see, SQL has fetched the average age of male and female. Average age of male is 40.33 and female 31.83. So this is an aggregated function. Now, for example, if we add, like, I want the maximum age. So I'm going to type simple command max and then age, then bracket close. Now let's see what happens. So as you can see, the maximum age of male is 50 and maximum age of female is 42. Now, if we want to check what is the minimum age, we are going to use the min command or query, and I'm going to execute it. Now, as you can see, SQL is fetching distinct value of male and female from gender column. What is the average age? It is fetching that also, 40.33 and 31.83. Max age of male is 50, max age of female is 42. Minimum age of male is 33 and minimum age of female is 27. Now, if I also want to count the age, so I'm going to write count age. Now let's see what happens if we execute it. Now, as you can see, it has given the total males and total female number. So that is what group by function is used for. And one more thing, let's say, for example, if I write select and occupation, okay, and I'm going to select it from employee salary table because occupation was in the employee salary. And now I'm going to write group by, and I want to use occupation. Now let's see what happens. If I hit the execute command, as you can see, all of the occupation from employee salary table has been fetched. Okay. Now, for example, if I write salary here, because I want to select occupation and salary column, there is a small spelling mistake. Let's correct it. And now let's see what happens. It won't execute. The reason for that is that I already told you guys that both, if they are non-aggregated function, the group by and select should be same. So if I write salary here, and let's see now what happens. If we execute it, as you can see, it has fetch occupation and salary with distinct values. Now, as you can see, business analyst 60,000, operational specialist 60,000. If both of these occupations were the same, then it would only show one occupation, business analyst with 60,000. Okay, operational specialist, because operational specialist is a different field, that's why it has shown so differently, but as a distinct value, otherwise it won't show. Okay, so if there were three type of business analysts, three business analysts with the same salary, it will only show one business analyst with 60,000 because it is showcasing distinct values. So this is very handy feature when you want to fetch the data and check an overview or bird's eye view of what the data is about and what are the distinct values. So you can jot that down and you can use it for EDA process later onwards. So this is a very useful tip for you guys. Now, we are going to take a deep dive into order by, and I'm going to write a comment to segregate it, order by. Now, for example, I'm going to, for saving time, copy this and paste it here and write, instead of select, I'm going to write select the whole table from employees demographic. Okay. And I want to order by, which order by do I want to select? Order by, I'm going to order by first underscore name. Okay. Now, when we try to execute the query, as you can see, SQL has fetched the whole table and it has fetched it by the first name. Okay, in ascending order from A to Z. By default, it selects the data in ascending. Okay, I don't need to write ASC. Okay, but we can also fetch it in descending order if you want. I'm going to show it to you guys now. I have written DESC for descending. Now, if I do it, execute the command, as you can see, first Z, U, D, all of the alphabetical letters in the first name and the whole table is in descending order according to the first name. So this is very useful. If you want to check in ascending or descending, you can also, there is one more way to check the data set, but it is not considered as a market good practice and experienced data analysts don't recommend it. What is that method? I'm going to write employee demographics again, and I'm going to write order by. Now, for example, if I want to order by gender and age. Okay, so which column is gender? Gender is fifth column, age is fourth. So I'm going to write it like 5 and 4. Now, if I try to execute the command, it will run. As you can see here, it has order by gender and age, but the problem with this is sometimes you can make mistakes. Okay, so it is better to know the column name and use it to order by, and that is the market's best practices. So that point I want to highlight. Now we can do one more thing. As per market best practice, I'm going to write select static from employee demographics. Now we are going to write order by gender. I'm going to write gender in small and age. Okay. And now if we execute the command, as you can see that SQL has fetched the data similarly to the previous command. And if we want to fetch it in descending order, we can just write DESC SC and now execute the command. And as you can see, it has selected in descending order. The age is in descending 42, 34, 31, 29, female first by default, male second, 50, 45, 40. If I remove this or type ASC, by default it is going to fetch in ascending order, but if I type ASC and then execute it, now as you can see that the females smallest number for age, it begins with 27, 28, 29, 31 for female, and same for the male, 30 from 33 to 50. So I hope you guys understand how order by and group by works. It is very simple and easy to understand. In group by, you can use aggregated functions in the aggregated function and distinct values to figure out what are the distinct values and how, and you also can calculate it. And in order by, you can use it to check, like for example, first name, last name, age, gender in ascending or descending order. So it is very easy to understand, and these two types are most commonly used in SQL query. So guys, now we are going to check the difference and then try to understand the difference between having and group by clause. Okay. So first I'm going to write the comment having versus group by. So I'm going to write a query, small query, to first let you know how it works and try to make you guys understand what is the concept, how SQL operate behind the scenes. So it is not very difficult. First we are going to write select. Okay, now I'm going to write gender, and for example I'm going to use the same matrix as age, bracket close. Okay, now from where I do I want to extract the data? It is employee demographics. Now we want where average age is 40, group by gender. Now let's try to execute and see what happens. So when I hit execute, SQL won't run this query. Do you know the reason why it is not running this query? The reason for that is simple. Basically, once we have selected the gender column and attached a aggregated function with it, SQL will run group by function afterwards in chronological order. So this query written here, it won't work. In the previous section, as you guys already know, we use where clause to bifurcate or to get specific data types. Okay, so now what we have to do is to modify this, and the way it will work is, let's create a space, and now I'm going to write where average age is greater than 40, for example, and we are going to run this by selecting it. Still it is not working because we are using where. We have to use having, and now if we run it, now as you can see, the average age which is greater than 40 has appeared by using having. Now you might ask a question that if we are using having clause for finding out the greater number, average age or salary or whatever you want to find out, then where should we use where? There is a way to use where and having together, and I'm going to tell you the scenario how you can use both of them together, and it is very useful if you want to specify and find out specific data or details, or extract specific type of details. It is very useful for that. So what we are going to do is we are going to write select, and I'm going to give an example. First, let's check. Give me a minute. First, let's check from employee salary. First, we are going to check what do we want to search. Okay, so this is the employee salary table, as you can see, and like for example, if I want to check like who is the health officer, okay, or let's say business analyst. Okay, we want to check this particular area. Okay, and there might be times where there are more than one business analyst, so you can bifurcate and extract the data accordingly. So what we are going to do, we are going to remove this and write occupation, because we want to scan and search from occupation. What do we want to scan? What is the average salary, for example? Okay, now what we are going to do, we want it from employee salary table. Now here we can add here occupation, like for example, previously we have used the like operator to check specific conditions, specific areas. So I'm going to check business analyst. We are going to use percent and end it with percent. Now we are going to write, what do we want to group it by? Group by obviously occupation. Okay, and last but not least, having salary, average salary, bracket close, greater or equal to 60,000. Okay, Now if we try to run this code, let's see what happens. Now as you can see, it has pinpointed business analyst by using where clause. Okay. And if for example you have list of occupation and you want to find out how many business analysts are there, then you can use this. Secondly, if there is a specific additional condition or additional layer of condition on salary, let's say, so you can find out how many business analysts are earning more than or equal to 60,000, 70, or whatever the number is. So this is very useful. Now, why it has only given us one unique result? Because there is only one business analyst in our table. If there were more, then it would fetch that as well. But given that the condition is equal to or more than 60,000, if it was lower than that, then it would not fetch and execute the data. So keep that in mind. And now we are going to move towards the next part of the video. So guys, now we are going to see and check what does limit and aliasing function is used for in SQL. Okay, so first I'm going to write the code, jot down the code, and then I'm going to explain to you guys what is the function of limit and aliasing. So one example I'm going to give you right now. For example, select static. Now we want the data from employee demographics, employee underscore demographics. Okay. And first let's check the data. If we run this simple command, as you can see, this is the employee demographic table, right? Now, for example, if someone wants to see the first 4 rows or 5 rows, okay, what they can do. So there is a function which is called limit function. We are going to just do nothing. We are going to write limit 5. That's it. Nothing to do. And if we try to execute the code now, and as you can see, the first 5 rows has been extracted from the database and is being previewed by SQL. So if you want to check the first 5 rows, you can use limit function. But limit has some additional functions as well. So for example, I'm going to write this, copy this code again, paste it here, and remove this to check the table one more time. So for example, if you want to skip the first 4 rows and you want to fetch these 2 rows in the data, okay, so it is not very difficult. What you're going to do is you're going to write here limit 4, 2. Okay. Now if I execute it, as you can see, 5th and 6th row has been fetched. The first 4 rows here have been skipped, and afterwards the 5th and 6th we wanted to see that area, so SQL has fetched it. So these are 2 functions of limit. Now we are going to move towards what is aliasing used for. Aliasing is very simple and easy to understand and quite handy when you have long names and aggregated function and you want to give them an alias which is a little bit shorter. And how that works, I'm going to show it to you in 1 minute. So first we are going to write select. Now for example, we want gender and we want the average of age. Okay. And now in which table gender average age was? It is in employee demographics. So we are going to write that demographics. And now we are going to write group by. gender, and then going to close this command. Okay. Now, if we try to run it, let's see what happens. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to add. Because we are averaging and adding an aggregated culture, aggregating the age of the employee. We are going to group it by gender. That was the first condition, and as I have already told you guys that we need the average age. It is an additional layer of condition, so we are going to use having here, and write average AVG age. Now let's see what happens if we try to run it. Now, as you can see that the average age has been fetched. Okay. Now, the problem is that this column name here, it is written average bracket close age. Okay. So each time, whenever we want to check the data, it is going to reflect the data this way. Now, if I want to change this column name, so I have to do nothing. I'm going to add an alias to this column by writing as, and for example, I gave it abg under age. So what will happen here is that if I write average underscore age, now if we fetch this data, as you can see that the column name has been changed to this, and we can also add additional condition like which is greater than 35, for example. So if we do this and try to run it, it is going to give us the average age of gender male. So that I hope that is very easy to understand. And one additional thing, for example, if you don't write this and write it like this and try to run it, do you know why the name is reflecting the alias, as I have removed the AS part for aliasing it? Basically, the reason for that is SQL by default take it as a alias. So if you want, you can use the code. If you don't want, don't have to use the code. But particularly in the market, it is better to give it an alias and write the alias down so anybody else who is checking the code might understand what happened here. Okay. So I personally follow this. Now let's move towards the next part. So guys, now we are going to work on joins, and I'm going to tell you guys how many type of joins are there and how they work. Okay, but before we start, first I want to show you guys one thing. I have already jot down the query for checking the tables. Now this is the employee demographic table, as you already know. And here, as you can see, there is a employee ID. Okay, and we can call it the primary key. And when we check the employee salary table, it also has the employee ID, which we can call the foreign or reference key. So we are going to first use the inner join and see how can we merge both of these tables into one single table. So let's start the code. I'm first going to write the comment inner join. Okay. And inner join is not very difficult to use. I'm just going to copy this code to save time. Paste it here. Okay. Now we are going to give a little bit gap. And here I'm going to write inner join For example, like if we want to join employee demographic with employee salary, right? So I'm going to write inner join and then going to write employee underscore salary. And how I'm going to write it? I'm going to use a operator because I need to tell SQL which column of employee salary and employee demographics should you look up and join the table accordingly. So the data is not messy, data is accurate. So we are going to do here is I'm going to tell it the tables column. So we are going to write employee underscore demographics dot where do I want SQL to look from? I want it to look from employee underscore ID, okay, which is equals to employee underscore salary dot employee ID. Before I execute the code, I'm going to tell you what will happen if we don't select the table, okay. So I'm going to remove this also again. And if we try to execute the code, let's see what happens. SQL is not executing the code. And as you can see here, error code 1052. And it is saying it is ambiguous. That means that SQL doesn't know where to fetch the data from. Which employee ID? Is it the employee ID of employee demographics or the employee salary table? That is the reason why I have written here employee underscore demographics dot employee ID, and it is equals to which table ID? Employee salary dot employee underscore ID. Okay, now if we try to run it, let's see what happens. If I execute the code, now as you can see, both tables have been merged together and the data accuracy is 100%, as this employee ID number 1, which is the primary key, is merged with employee ID number 2 from the employee ID number 1 from the second table, Adil Sheikh, director of city department. So both are synchronized in a chronological order with both tables ID being matched. Okay, now further, there is one more thing I want to add here, that this code is too long. Okay, so I have already told you guys that we can use aliasing, a technique to give a alias to big names. So what we can do is I'm going to copy the code here and I'm going to give this an alias of demo and this an alias of E shall be. Okay, so I don't need to write such a huge code here, query here. I'm just going to write it demo as you can see, and here we are going to write E salary. Now if I run this code, let's see what happens. And as you can see, same result has been reflected by SQL, and it is much more easier to understand, and the code is a lot shorter than before. So this is the market best practice. So keep that in your mind. Guys, there is one more thing. For example, if we want in the first table the employee ID and the age, and for example the gender and the occupation from the second employee table, employee salary table. So what should we do? So as you guys already know the basics, we are going to do nothing. We are going to go and write select employee underscore ID. Okay. And we are going to write age, gender, occupation. Okay. Where do we want to select it from? From employee underscore demographic as demo, inner join, employee underscore salary as e salary, and we are going to copy this a linkage. Now if I run this code, let's see what happens. SQL won't execute this code, and do you know the reason why it is not executing this code? Because I wanted to merge the age, gender with occupation by taking first employee ID, first table's employee ID. So the same error, it is ambiguous because SQL does not know where to fetch the data from, even though we have written an alias here and here and here, but in the select table there is no alias. So we need to add the alias here. So I'm going to write demo dot employee. Okay, now if we try to run it, let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, both of the table columns have been merged through inner join. And now SQL knows that it needs to select and select from first column employee ID demo, which is equals to each salary employee ID. Okay. Age and gender is from first table and match it with the occupation as per the employee ID. So this is one more thing I wanted to highlight, that the importance of aliasing is very much, and it will make a huge difference whenever you are writing a script or a code and trying to execute it and trying to merge the data. So keep that in your mind also whenever you are doing any type of project. So guys, now we are going to check and see what is left and right joins, and the concept is quite simple. But first I'm going to copy and execute the code to show you guys. So I'm going to copy it from this code and paste it here and modify it. And then I'm going to explain it to you what these joins do actually. So this is a left join. And when I execute it, as you can see, both tables have appeared, but the join, how did the join happen? Basically, what happened is when we use left join, the left table is employee demographic and the right table is employee salary. SQL checks from this side, from employee demographic, and merge it with the right table when we use left join, and it is going to be vice versa when we use right join. So I'm going to show it to you guys. So this is the right join, and if we execute the code, what happened here is that SQL has checked all of the rows from the employee salary table and matched it with employee demographic table and then merged it. But there might be a question. Okay, the important question is, for example, if number of rows in the employee demographic table is 12 and in the employee salary table it is also 12, but for example fifth data set is missing. Okay, so if we use a left join and it use employee demographic to check, then it will show here null values. And if we use right join and some raw is missing from this table, then it will show as null values. So keep that in mind. So guys, now we are going to see and check what is self joins. and how does it work. So first of all, I'm going to copy this to save time and modify it accordingly. So what self join does is tie the same table to itself. And how it is useful, I'm going to tell you in a gist. So bear with me. First, let me write down the code and modify it accordingly. I'm going to give it an alias of employee 1, and to differentiate the joint, I'm going to give the alias of employee 2. Okay. Now we are going to modify this part and write employee 1 underscore ID and write employee 2 ID. Now I'm going to run it and let's see what happens, and then I'm going to explain it. And the reason I have used the on condition operator here is because I want to tell SQL that employee ID from first table of employee salary is equal to employee ID of the second employee table. So basically I'm telling it that there are two types of same tables and join them together, joining the same table together. So let's execute the code. And now as you can see that the same table has been joined with itself here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add here +1. And the reason I have added +1, I'm going to tell you. First, let's execute the code again. Now, as you can see that Adil Sheikh, Director of City Development, has teamed up with Zara Ali, Infrastructure Analyst. Zara Ali has teamed up with Hamza Rauf. So if you want to make combination, you can use this. Okay. If your boss asks you that make a combination of employees of the same team for a different project, so you can use this method. So it is very useful, and this is one use case scenario. And to perform it even better way, there is another way, and I'm going to write the code first, then I'm going to explain it to you guys how that code works. So what I'm going to do is write a select command. Now I'm going to denote employee 1 dot, obviously employee ID is the primary key, so I'm going to use that underscore ID as. Now I'm going to give this an aliasing, and why I'm giving it aliasing, I'm going to explain it to you. Once the code execute, you will understand. Team ID 1, comma. Now here I'm going to write on EMP1, extract the first name as first name underscore name underscore team 1. I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to write last name. Okay, same changes are going to happen here, and now we are going to copy this whole code. This is the first table. Okay, I am changing the column names here now. So now I'm going to write it as employee 2, 2, 2. Okay. Now we are going to copy this code to save time. And now you are going to understand what happened here. And there is a mistake here. I have to remove this comma in order it to work properly. Okay, so now let's run the code and see what happens. Now, as you guys can see that I have bifurcated the same table and joined it to itself and assigned it different teams. Okay, so this is team one, first name, last name, and this is team. Sorry, I have made a mistake. I have to write a different alias. I'm going to write it team two, and here also team two, team two. Now, if we execute the code again, so now as you can see that team one, for example, ID 8, Ikra Hassan, has teamed up with Ahmad Zishan, ID number 9. So this way you can pair up individual and assign them projects. So this is one very useful case scenario, quite rare, but you can use it. And it's a very good example. And you can use it for your own projects as well. So it is very easy to understand and to execute. Now, for the last part, I'm going to move towards joining multiple tables together, and let's see how that works. So guys, now we are going to see and check how joining multiple tables together work by using inner join, which we haven't covered, and this is the last part for joins. So first we are going to check a reference table which is already present in this database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write select asterisk from city departments. Now I'm going to execute this code. And as you can see, this is a reference table with department ID and department name, and each department is fixed and department IDs are assigned to each department from 1 to 6. Okay. And now what do we want? We want to combine this or merge it with employee salary and demographic table. So what I'm going to do is write a code first. And the first table is employee demographics. I'm going to give it a alias of demo. Now I'm going to use inner join and going to write employee underscore salary as e salary. Okay. Now I'm going to use an operator on. What do I want to merge demo with? I'm going to use the primary key employee underscore ID, which is equals to e salary employee underscore ID. Okay. So what do I want? I want to join employee demographic and have given it an alias of demo by using inner join with employee salary and given it an alias of e salary, and the operator which will define the common in both tables is on demo employee underscore ID and e salary underscore employee underscore ID. So when I execute this, okay. So as you can see, we have an employee ID in salary section and in the demographic section, and both are merged. SQL can easily check and match each of these IDs with each other. Now, what do I want? I want to also merge the reference table with it, with these two tables. Okay. So as you can see that there is no department ID present in the first table. However, in the employee salary table, there is a department ID here, as you can see. So we can use this department ID as the primary key and merge it with the reference of foreign key in the city department reference table. Now for that, how we are going to do that? I'm going to show it to you guys. First, we are going to copy this code. Okay, now I'm going to modify it. What I'm going to do is use another inner join as many table as I want to join, I have to use as many inner joins. So I'm going to write inner join. Now, what did we do here? We have given employee salary as e-salary relation. So we are going to do the same for the city department table. So I'm going to write city underscore department, and alias is, for example, CD. We are going to write it as city, and I'm going to type on. Now, same methodology we will work here as I have worked and use here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write e salary dot department ID, department underscore ID. As in the salary table, there is a department ID, department underscore ID, which is equals to what? As you already know, previously we had a department ID in the city department reference table. So I'm going to use that cd dot department underscore ID. Now, if we execute this code, let's see what happens. And before executing, note again that employee demographic does not have an department ID. Okay, we have merged employee demographic with employee salary table because the match in both employee IDs are matching. Okay, so now we have to execute this code, and I'm going to explain it to you guys what happened here. Now you can ask me a question that how did this happen? Basically, what SQL did was the first table employee ID was matched with second table employee ID. Okay, so it matched all of the rows accordingly. Okay, then we use another inner join to match the reference table. And what was the common ground between both of them? Department underscore ID and department underscore ID, as you can see here. This part and this part. That's how we stitch each of these table together or merge each of these table together. So this is a very useful method or technique to merge multiple tables together. And but you need to know what is the same columns in each of the tables. That's how you can match it. Otherwise, the table won't match. So keep that in your mind. It is very useful when you are doing it, have a lengthy project and you need to match the data. So I hope till here everything is clear. Now we are going to move towards the next part, which is the union part. So I'm going to show you guys how union work and what different type of union methods we can use for query command. Okay guys, so we have completed the join statement and we have learned how to stitch, merge or combine multiple columns together. Okay, so we know what joins are used for. But now we are going to work on union statement, and union statement, the difference between union and join is simply one. That is, join statement, as I already told you guys, is used for combining, merging or stitching rows or columns together, and union statement is used for combining rows together. Now, how does it work? I'm going to give you a couple of examples so you have an idea how union operates. So let me give you an example. For example, we write select statement and write age and gender. Okay, and we want to fetch the data from employee demographics. Okay, and now I'm going to write union and we are going to write select in capital. And now I want first underscore name, comma, last underscore name, and we want it from employee salary table. Now I'm going to execute the code. Now, as you can see, SQL has fetched the data from both tables And there are two columns which are being reflected in this output section. And what is happening here is that it SQL has fetched the data from age and gender, as you can see, and also first name and last name from employee salary in the form of rows. But this is not commonly used, as both of the categories data type is different, and this is one of the very good example of bad data types. So what we are going to do, we are going to change it to first underscore name, comma, last underscore name. Okay, now we are going to see what will happen. In SQL, if we are using union statement, always remember that both the data types from different tables, whatever 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you are using must remain same. So as you can see that there are 12 employees in the data table, both data tables, employee demographic and salary. And what SQL did was fetch the distinct value by default. Okay. By that I mean distinct. Okay. And one thing to note that, as you know, that there are 12 employees in the data set. For example, in one table there was 13 employees, and in one table there is only 12. So SQL will also fetch that as well. But all of those employees which are in duplicate, SQL will only reflect or fetch the data one time. As you can see here, if there was an additional employee in the employee salary or employee demographic table, but not present in the other table, then it would have fetched that as well as a distinct value. But the question you might ask now, that if we want to fetch all of the data from both tables, how can we do that? So I'm going to copy this code and show it to you guys. You have to do nothing. You just copy paste it and write here all. And when we fetch this, now as you can see, all of the data from employee demographic, first name column and last name column, and all of the data from the employee salary columns, employee salary first name and last name columns has been fetched, and now the total number of employees in duplication is 24. Adil Sheikh present here, and as you can see, Adil Sheikh present here as well. So that is how union is working. And one last example is scenario where you can really use union in your professional use. I'm going to give it to you, but let me first write down the code so I can explain it to you. So for example, select first underscore name, comma, last name, last underscore name. Okay. There is a mistake. Last underscore name. Okay. And it is an old mail. For example, if your management or higher management or your boss asks you to find out old males and females and the highly paid employees, extract that from the employee salary table and give him the list or the higher management to reduce or to call for cost saving or something like that. So you can use this technique. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to label it label underscore status. Now I'm going to write from underscore, employee underscore demographics. And now I'm going to give it a condition, additional condition, because there is one more layer. First layer was I want to fetch first name, last name of old males from employee demographics. and the age should be greater than 40, and the gender, I'm going to use the operator and is equal to males, and then I'm going to use union. Now we are going to do the same for the female side, because the management will ask in most case scenario for both. So I'm going to write female as label underscore status, and here we are going to write female. One last condition was salary, right? So I'm going to write here select first name, last name, and remove this and write highly paid, because management wants to reduce the cost. So we are going to use, I have made a mistake here, just noted that right now, label underscore status. It should be in proper case. I am very meticulous when I'm writing the code. I try to write it properly, so it is much easier for me to understand later onwards. So here I will extract the data from employee salary table, and we are going to modify this area as well, where the salary exceed 70,000. Okay, and here I'm going to close and try to run this code, and let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, SQL has fetched the data of all those employees from both genders, old male, old female, male and female, whose age are more than 40 years old, and it is also fetched the data for all of those employees which are highly paid. And as you can see, Adil Sheikh, old male, and also Adil Sheikh, highly paid. Bilal Akram, old male, Bilal Akram, highly paid. Sana Rashid, old female, Sana Rashid, highly paid. One more thing, if you want, you can use an order by condition. And I'm going to order by first underscore name, comma, last underscore name. And the reason for that is I want to order by first name Adil Sheikh. As you can see that the status of old male, SQL has retrieved the data first, Adil Sheikh old male, then also second condition of Adil Sheikh was retrieved. So it is a good way to check how many are old males and old females and highly paid employees. Okay. So I hope you guys understand how this example works, how union works. Union is not most is used in most cases, but for specific type of scenario, you can use unions, as you can see here. So I hope till here everything is clear and you guys understand how union operates. It is very simple and the difference is also very simple to understand. Union statement are used for combining rows together, and you can modify it by using special conditional conditions and additional layers of conditions to understand and fetch the desired data. Okay, now we are going to move towards the next part. So guys, now we are going to take a deep dive into string function. What are they? What are the use case scenario? So first, I'm going to take a deep dive from very basic to advanced. So what is number one function I'm going to be discussing with you guys and showing you guys how it works is length function. So I'm going to give you a small example first. Select length. Going to tell it which character length I want to know. I have given it my name. Then I'm going to close it. Now let's see what happens when we run this. Now, as you can see, my name Adnan Shafiq is consists of 12 characters. So it is going to show me how many characters the text or the word is equivalent to. So it is going to represent in quantum. Keep that in your mind. Now, how can we use that in our tables? And what is the use case scenario? So I'm going to tell you guys. First, let me write down the command, query command. So we are going to write select first underscore name, comma, length, bracket open, first underscore name, bracket close. I want to select from employee underscore demographics, order by second column. As we already know that first name is in second column, so we are going to select order by second and now execute the code. Now, as you can see, SQL has fetched the data from the second column, which is this one, first name, and is also showing me the length of each name, how many characters each name is made up of. Okay, by using this aggregated function, as you can see, I can also rename this as number underscore correct, for example. And if we execute it now, as you can see here. Okay, now I'm going to give you an example of upper and lower case with this same text. We have to do nothing. I'm going to copy and paste for saving time and change the length to upper. Okay. Now if we execute this, let's see what happens. Now as you can see, look, let me change the name in small so you can understand it. Now if I execute the code, my name is written in small letters. However, SQL is reflecting it in capital letters. So if you want all letters to be capital, you can use this uppercase technique. Okay, it's one of the string function. And same, for example, I copy this code again and move this area, right, lower, and my name here I'm going to write it in caps. Okay, now what will happen if I execute this code? Let's see. As you can see, each of the character in my name is now being represented in small letter. Okay, so this is one method. One more thing, for example, if I want it in proper case. Okay, what is proper case? I'm going to explain it to you guys. Let me copy this code again, paste it here. Now we are going to use a function called CONCAT, which is used for combining, and I'm going to give you an example later onwards in detail what it is used for. It is used for combining. Okay, so you case, because I wanted uppercase. Okay, substring to pull the data. Which data I want to pull? Yes, Adnan. Okay, and which position do I want to start and where do I want to change? 1 1. First position must be changed. Now I'm going to close it, comma, add a lowercase and write substring again, then copy it, Now, what do I want? I want Adnan. Skip the second, first character, and from second onwards, what do I want? I want it lowercase. So I hope you guys are getting and following through what I'm trying to explain. Now we are going to write UCase again and write substring. And for the last name, I'm going to repeat that step, Shafiq. And what do I want? First character. And where do I want to change? I want the first character to change to uppercase. Then I'm going to go for lowercase. Again, add the substring to pull the data or text, whatever it is. Write Shafiq and write 2. Okay, now we are going to write as proper case. I'm going to give it an alias. Now if we run this function, now as you can see, my name is being reflected in proper case, Adnan Shafiq. What happened here is that I told SQL use uppercase and substring to pull this text and change the first character here, which is A, which is written here, and change it to uppercase. So 1 1, and rest of the text after A, which is here lowercase substring, pull it again, and DNAN. Start from second position and make it lowercase. So that is the reason why it is now being reflected like this. A is capital, DNAN small, S is capital, SHAFIQ is small. So now you know how this code works. However, it is a little bit complicated code, but not difficult once you understand what is each of these strings and functions are used for. Okay. Concate, as for concate is used for combining the data. Okay. And here you might ask, what is this comma, space comma, and comma written here? So this is for giving it a space between my name, as you can see here. Otherwise, it would look like this. I'm going to show it to you guys. As you can see, there is no space. So that is the reason why I have written it like this. Now let's move towards the next part of the string functions. So we have a lot to cover. So now, for example, I'm going to give you an additional example of uppercase here. And if we write it like this, I want the first name. Actually, I'm going to copy it from here to save time. Okay. And modify this area. And write upper. Here, name, alias is name, upper. So what will happen? Let's see. Now, as you can see, each of my name alphabetical letters are in capital, which is being reflected here. And the original table is like this, as you can see. So this is one use case scenario. Now, there is one more method in which you can use first name in upper. All of those first name, if I want it in uppercase. Okay. So how would that happen? So we have to do nothing. I'm going to copy this function. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. And I'm going to drop it down here, right first underscore name, comma, concate. Here I'm going to remove this and write first underscore name, move the comma here and here. Okay, same here. We are going to remove here this and write first underscore name. As for the U case, I'm going to write it upper here. Okay, now we are going to write it lower. And actually, I'm going to remove this part as we don't need this, and write lower here, lower substring, first name. Going to remove this, first underscore name, and write 2 here. Okay, and going to remove this as well. We don't want this. And I'm going to, now let's see what happens. But we haven't given it a command. Where do we want to select it from? So we want to select this data from employee demographics. Now if I execute this, now as you can see, by default my data was on proper case. However, if it was not in proper case, it would have fetched it in proper case. So this is one method. And if you want more than one, you can use the same code table to represent in proper case. Now we are going to move towards the string function. So what is string? String function. Basically, what happens in the database whenever you are working on a big data, there are sometimes spaces left in each row, each cell, and row and column. So trim is used to remove that particular space, that empty space. So in order for you or the data analyst to process the data easily, one quick example I can give you is I'm going to write a trim function. For example, I'm going to write Adnan Shafiq and give it a little bit space. Now let's close it. Now let's run it and see what happens. So here is a gap, sorry. Now if we try to run this code, let's see what happens. Now there is no space here. Okay. If, as you can see in the column section, column name section, there was space between Adnan Shafiq in the beginning point and in the end point after Q. So trim has removed these special spaces from both sides. Now, for example, if you only want to trim from left side or the right side, how can we do that? That is also very simple. I'm going to write select L trim and I'm going to show it to you guys. Adnan Shafiq. Okay. Now I'm going to close it. Now let's see what happens, how it is going to be reflected. As you can see, SQL has removed empty spaces from the left hand side. Now, one more example I can give you is the right way. Quickly. So we are going to write right trim, bracket open, and Shafiq space and Now let's see what happens. So this is the basic function of trim. It is going to remove this empty space. And it is very useful function when you're working with huge data set. And sometimes these additional spaces takes up additional resources, and due to which your work slows down. You can't process the data. Sometimes the database is not accepting the data because you have special character limits on it. So keep this in your mind. This is very useful technique. Now we are going to work on a substring function and what it is used for. So I'm going to explain it to you guys in a gist, but I need to write the code first. Then I'm going to run it and explain it to you guys what happened. So substring. Now, for example, I want to take the data from select first underscore name, comma, left, first name, underscore name. So now, if I want, I'm going to use comma and start from 4. Comma. Actually, I'm going to first show you an example from here. Comma. Let's run the code here. From employee demographics. Okay, let's see what happens if we run this code. Now, as you can see that SQL has reflected the data, and in a deal there are 5 characters. However, if for example in some particular case scenario you want only 4 characters, so this is a good example how you can select only 4 characters of any data column. Okay, so I have given it a command that select only from left first name 4 digits only or 4 characters. Now we can also do one more thing. We can add a comma here. Right. Now I'm going to do the same thing from the right side. First underscore name, comma 4. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay, I need to add a substring as well. Give me a minute because to write it in capital. Right. Now comma remove. Let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, SQL is fetching the data from the right hand side last 4 digits. So whatever the digit you desire, you can fetch that in a column, and I'm going to explain it to you guys where the use case scenario is. Now, guys, I'm going to add one more function. Let's copy the code. And for example, before we do anything, I'm going to write here birth underscore date. Okay. Now, if we execute the code, so there is a birth date here, as you can see. Okay. And in some use case scenario, for example, higher management or your bosses, or if there is a requirement and they might ask you that only we want the number of months from the date of birth. Okay, so how are you going to do that? So there is a one simple method to do this, and I'm going to modify this code a little bit to give you an example how this works. Okay, you can modify the code according to your requirements. So I'm going to write substring bracket open. Now, for example, I write birth underscore date, comma. Now, as you can see here, we have first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. This is the sixth digit we want to start from. Okay, because we want the date, month date, right? So I'm going to write here 6, comma. And where do we want to start? From the second position. So we are going to write 2, bracket close. Simple. Now what will happen if I run this or execute this code? Now, as you can see, that number of months, we can give it a alias as month per underscore month. Okay, let's see. Now you can see the month on which each of these individuals were born has been extracted here. So this is a very useful technique, and it can be used in many ways. So keep that in your mind. Now, there is one more method I wanted to discuss with you guys, and that is replace function, which is also a string function, and will be used to replace a character with a specific character you desire. Okay, desire or want. So guys, now we are going to write that replace function, and I'm going to write select. Okay, select first underscore name, comma, locate, replace, and what do we want to replace? First underscore name, comma, a, comma, set. Okay, and we are going to select this from employee demographics. I'm going to close it. Now let's see what happens. So, for example, Adil had a, it was replaced with Z. This is one example. If you want to uh, replace a certain character, you can also do that with the replace function. So keep that in your mind. Okay, now we are going to move towards the next part of the string function, which is locate function. So what is a locate function? I'm going to give you first an example. For example, select locate. Now, what do we want to locate? We want to locate n in Adnan. Okay, we are going to close this. And now if we run this command, let's see what happens. So there are 3 places where n was located. Okay. You can also write it like this, Shafiq. And if we try to locate it now, yeah. So how can we use this locate function to find specific character or words? We are going to write select first underscore name, comma, locate, bracket open. What do we want to locate? We want to locate AD from first underscore name, comma. I don't think so. We need a comma here. Now we are going to move towards second. And where do we want to extract the data from? Obviously, employee underscore demographics. Now let's see what happens if we run this. Now, as you can see, SQL has pinpointed where it has searched for AD in a name. So Ahmed had a AD and Adil had an AD. So it located that. So you can use locate function to locate special characters or specific characters or text, whatever you want. So this is one useful feature. Now, last but not least, but I'm going to tell you about CONCAT, which is used for combining. CONCAT, which is used for combining the columns. The columns. Okay. So first, let me write down the code, then I'm going to explain it to you what happened. I'm going to write select first underscore name, comma, last underscore name, comma, concat first underscore name, comma, give it a little space. Actually, I'm going to first do it directly. Last underscore name goes as full name, full underscore name from employee demographics. Okay, now let's see what happens. Concat function, the only purpose of concat is to use is for combining the data sets. So we are going to use this and see what happens. I think I have made an error. For some reason, concat is working without spaces. Now, if we run this code, let's see what happens. I have made a stupid mistake. There is an R here, and some reason SQL is not auto-suggesting this. I don't know why. So as you can see that if you want to merge both columns together, both columns data, like in the case of first and last name, you can do that. Now there is no space here, as you can see. And I have already told you previously that we can give spaces by using a simple technique, comma, space, comma, and then comma. So now if I execute this, as you can see, there is a space on between the first and the last name. And it is joint column here. So This is the only function of CONCAT function, and it is very useful in daily day-to-day tasks. So I hope you guys understand till here. And now we are going to move towards the case statement. What is case statement? So guys, now we are going to work on case statement. And what is case statement? Case statement basically lets you apply logic to your statement like if statements in Excel. So I'm going to give you an example. First, I'm going to write the code. Then I'm going to explain to you how the code works. So I'm going to write select and for example, first name, last name, age, and here we are going to apply the case logic. Okay. In case statement, you use when statement as an operator. So we are going to use an operator. For example, if there is a condition that all of the person who have a age of 30 or below the age of 30, they are called young person, and we want to highlight that in a separate column. How can we do that? So this is one of those case scenario we can use this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write when, okay, and age which is lesser than or equals to 30, then person is young. Okay, that person will be called young person, else they will be called adult. Okay, and this is the end statement to close off case statement. Okay, I'm going to give it a alias, and the alias will be age underscore status. Okay, and from where do we want to extract the data? We want to extract the data from employee demographics. Okay, now we are going to run this and see. Let's see what happens. So I have executed the query command, and as you can see, a new column is generated by SQL, and for each individual, the age status has appeared here as per our condition. So those people who do not meet our condition, their age status is adult, and those people who do meet our condition, they are considered as young person. So this is one use case scenario. There is one more method which we can use, which I wanted to cover. So in case statement, we can use multiple when statements. So to save time, I'm going to copy this same code, paste it here, and I'm going to modify this. Okay, I'm going to write when again, and when the age is lesser than or greater equal to 30% is called young person. If the age is between 40 and 50, then they will be called as old person. When age is greater than 50, okay, then they are called mummified, for example. It's very funny. I'm just giving it random name to explain it to you guys. And else they would, if all of these conditions are not being met, they are considered as an adult by default. Okay. So this is one way. Now we are going to execute the command and let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, SQL has generated the age status column again, and as per our three condition, it has given the age status to each individual. So the person with age 45, it's considered old. Okay. what we have said here, between 40 and 50 is old. So it has given it old. And the person which is less than 30, like this one, Noor Khalid, is considered as young person. And there is no person who have the age more than 50. So nobody, fortunately, is mummified. So this is one use case scenario. Now I'm going to give you one more example. For example, you're working as a payroll officer, or you're working with the payroll officers, okay? And the higher management has decided to increase the salary. Okay, so there is a scenario where they ask you to share a data with them and of in pay increase and bonuses. So what is your scenario? A person, for example, who is earning lesser than 50,000 will get 5%. A person who is earning equals to 50,000 will get 6%. And a person who is earning greater than 50,000, that means they are in the senior role, they will get 8%. Plus, the finance team will get an additional bonus of 10% for their performance. Okay, this is one of those scenarios. There can be many scenarios, multitude of scenarios. So this is one of those case scenarios. So what we are going to do here, first, we are going to, as there is this condition, the finance team will get an additional bonus. I'm going to check the department ID because we will need a department ID. So I'm going to write select static from city department. Okay. So if we execute this, and as you can see, each department has a department ID, and finance department ID is 6. So we need to keep this in our notice. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write select. Obviously, we need the first name, last name, then salary. Now we are going to use the case statement. Okay. Actually, I'm going to, okay. So now we are going to use the case statement. When the salary, I'm going to write it small, salary is lesser than 50,000, then salary plus salary. Okay, I need to write it small because in the table it is written as small, so I'm going to write it as small. Salary multiply by 0.05%. So this 0.05% is equal to this 5%. Keep that in your mind. So if you want to calculate the salary, you have to write it this way. There is one more way. I will show it to you guys, but you have to wait. So second statement is when salary is equals to 50,000, then salary plus bracket open salary multiply by what was the condition 0.06. Okay, those so it is 6%, and when salary exceed 50,000 greater than 50,000, this is for the people who are in higher management. Salary plus multiply by 0.10%. Okay. Oh, sorry, 8%. 8. Okay. Now we are going to end this as I'm going to write it salary underscore increase column name. Okay. Now we are going to use comma here, and we need to add one more case statement. And you can add more case statements. Okay, because it's an additional layer of condition that we need to give bonuses to the finance department, whoever is working in the finance department. So that's why we have to use a separate case statement. So what I'm going to do is case when, as you know, department underscore ID. Yeah, department underscore ID is equals to 6, 10 salary plus multiply by salary 0.10, which is 10%, and as bonus. Now, where do we want to extract this data? So we want to extract it from employee salary. Okay. Now, if we run this code, let's see what happens. So I'm going to write it. Try to execute the code. Okay. So guys, as you can see, there are two additional columns, and those people who were earning more than 50,000 had an increase of 8%, which is shown here. Okay. And those people who are working in the finance department, not only did they get the raise, as you can see, we are here is the previous salary, and this is the increased salary. Increased salary, he was earning 88,000. Salary was increased by 8% and additional bonus of 10%. So this is how you can use this case statements. So they are very handy and useful. And if you want to check what are the increases, how many people left the organization, what is the staff turnover, cases, scenarios like these, you can use these case statement. They are very useful. And now I would like to highlight one more thing. There is one more way you can check salary statement. It is directly by writing this here. If we remove this, multiply 1.0. If we remove this, multiply by 1.8. Now if I run it, let's see what happens. I need to add 1.05, okay, to get the same result, and the same result has appeared here. So keep this in your mind that this is one and another way to get the same result. Like if I remove this and write it like this, 1.10. Now if I execute the code, same result will appear. So keep this in your mind. Now let's move towards the next topic. I hope till here everything is clear. And if you have any questions, then please drop a comment on my YouTube channel so I can answer it. Okay. So all of this code will be shared with you guys. Keep this in your mind. And now we are going to move towards the next topic. So guys, now we are going to take a deep dive into subqueries and how it operates. But before I operate and move towards the subquery section, I need to highlight one error I made in the previous section of case statement. As you know that I have told you guys two methods of adding additional conditions by using case statements. So first one was this and second one was this. Okay. So here I made a error. It is not plus, it is multiply. So when we execute this command, now as you can see that salary increase and plus bonuses column are being reflected here by SQL. So change this particular sign to multiplication sign. Now let's move towards the subquery section. Now, as you know already that what is subqueries? Before we start, subqueries is nothing. It is simply a query within another query. And the difference of variance we can use in a subquery is from where and select statement. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples, and those examples will be based on methods which we have previously used, but we are going to specify those methods to extract additional information. So one of the test case, for example, as you can see here in the reference table, if I want to fetch the data from infrastructure, I want the employee IDs of all of those individuals who are working in infrastructure department. Okay. And its employee IDs too. Now, here, as you can see that the department ID is linked with city department reference table of employee salary. So there are two employees who work in infrastructure with the department ID 2. If I want to extract that using employee demographic, as you know that the foreign key in the employee salary table, reference key of employee ID is matching with the employee demographic. So we are going to use employee demographic, and we are also going to use employee ID to match it with the salary table and fetch the department ID from city department. Okay. Now I'm going to write the code. We are going to write select multiply from. I'm going to write employee demographics where employee ID in. I'm using an operator for this example. Now I'm going to use the select command again, and I'm going to write select. What I want, employee underscore ID, and we are going to write from employee underscore salary, employee underscore salary, and we are going to write where department underscore ID will be equals to 2. We are going to close this subquery, and now we are going to close this whole query. Okay. Now if I extract this, let's see what happens. Now as you can see, Zara Ali and Sana Rashid, which I have previously highlighted, belongs to the infrastructure department, and the department ID is 2 for infrastructure, which is here as you can see, infrastructure department ID 2. So both of these employees work in infrastructure department. So it's a very useful query, and you can use it in professional use case scenarios where you want to find out how many employees work in a specific department. So you can use this query, subquery. So this is one use case for subqueries. Now I'm going to show you some more examples. So let me close this output. And now, just like in the previous examples, I have shown you guys that if for example, I want the first name, salary, average salary from employee salary table, and obviously we need to group it by the columns. So there are 2 columns, first underscore name and salary column. I'm going to tell you why I'm writing this code, which I have previously shared with you. First, let's see. It runs. Now, as you can see, that SQL has reflected my command, run my command and reflected the data in the output box. And it is giving salary averages for each employee individually. But for example, you might ask, or your boss might ask you guys, that they want the average of this column, the salary column. How can we achieve that? So for achieving that, it is not difficult. First, we are going to copy this code. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is going to paste it. For clarity, we're going to differentiate it. Salary. Okay. Now, what do I want? I want the average in a subquery. So what we are going to do here is we are going to give it a bracket open, select average salary, and we are going to, from where do we want the average salary? From employee underscore salary table. We're going to close it, and we don't need the group by now, and we're going to write it like this. Now we are going to run this, and let's see what happens. Execute this command, query command. Now, as you can see that SQL has fetched and run the average aggregated function for the whole salary column, and it is 66,583 for the whole salary column, as you can see here. One of the good market practice, as I have already told you, is to add an alias. So we are going to write is, give it a random alias of average salary, because it's such a big name which is being reflected here. So I'm going to run it like this. Now it's much better. So keep this in your mind that whenever you are using a subquery function, always give the subquery an alias. So this is one use case scenario, as you can see here. Now I'm going to give you another example in which we are going to play with the aggregated functions. Okay, first I'm going to show you guys an aggregated function in this subquery. Okay, by default we write the aggregated function as, for example, I want the gender and I want the average age. I'm going to copy this and comma, paste it, right, max, comma, so we have written max age. Now we are going to write minimum age. Okay, and the count function, count age, and we will use the from employee underscore demographics, and we are going to group by gender. I have already showcased you guys and told you guys already the aggregated function and how they operate. So why I'm using the same example, I'm going to tell you in a minute. So as you guys already know and see that the output is reflecting this as per our command, the average age, max age, minimum age, and count of age. Okay. So there is one more method in which we can use a subquery, and I'm going to show it to you guys how it is operated. So we are going to do nothing. We are going to write select statement all from where employee demographics, gender. I'm going to give it an alias as average underscore table. Now we are going to run it. This is the same output which we have retrieved from using this command, this basic command. Okay, but here we can also get the same output by using the subquery function. But there is one more method. If, for example, I copy this, okay, I paste it here and write gender, and I want the average, bracket open, backtick, which I'm going to use max age, bracket close, backtick for closing it, then bracket close. Okay, so here if we try to run this, and I'm going to tell you why I have written this, it won't show us the output, and the reason for not showing us the output is because we did not added the group by function. As you can see, SQL has given us the error. In the subquery we have given it, but we also need to add a group by function here. Group by gender. Okay. Now if I execute this code, let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, the reason I have written it this way is to find out the average age for males and average age for female, which is 50 and 42, as you can see here. So what I'm doing, what I'm telling SQL is to fetch gender, and the aggregated function, which is the max age, is being implemented on this subquery section, as you can see here. That is the reason why it is showing me the male average age is 50 and female average age is 40. And it is a very useful method to get an accurate result. But there is one more better method to get the same outcome. And I'm going to copy this code, close this output panel. And now what we are going to do, I'm going to remove this gender section. I'm going to write it as max. In the subquery, we are going to do what we are going to do is we are going to add an alias to each of these aggregated function, which is as per market's best practice. For example, this is age. This will be as m underscore age. This will be as min underscore age. Going to write it as max. This is going to be avg age, and count age as c underscore age. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove, because we have already given the max age and alias, we can remove this tick section. And what I'm going to do is write average and max underscore age. That is the benefit of giving each aggregated function an alias. Now we are going to run this command and let's see what happens. Then I'm going to explain it to you guys why I have written this. Now you can see that we are getting the average age, max average age directly, 50 and 42. Okay, if I have written here gender, comma, and then we execute it, this is the outcome, and this is a better way to write this code. Okay, so whenever you are working in a professional environment, try to give an alias to each aggregated command as well as the subquery table. Okay, so what will happen, it will make your work easier and you can use it to get the desired result much more faster and easier. So I hope till here everything is clear. And now let's move to the next section. So guys, now we are going to check and see what are Windows function. Those of you who don't know what is Windows function, they are like a group function, but they don't roll everything into one row when grouping. They have a special function which is partitioning. So this function allows us to look at a partition or a group, but they each keep their unique rows into the output. It also offers three types of sub functions, which is raw numbers, ranks, and dense ranks. How does it work? I'm going to tell you guys. Before that, we are going to check an example and recall what is group function. So as you know, if I write select gender, average, salary, bracket close, as I'm going to give it a alias of average underscore send. Okay, I want it from employee demographics, join it with employee salary on employee underscore ID from employee no, I don't need to add the from function. I'm going to write demo as an alias here to make it a little bit short. Here also I'm going to use it e shell. Now here we are going to write demo dot employee underscore ID, which is equals to e shell dot employee ID, and now we are going to add a group by function, and I'm going to write gender. Actually, I'm going to add two more things. I'm going to, for much more clarity, we are going to write demo dot first name, comma, demo dot last name, comma, and I'm going to also copy this part and edit here as well. First, I want to let SQL know which columns I'm grouping the data by. So if we execute this code, so as you can see that the group by function is rolling each salary for each individual here, as reflected in this data set. Now, how does the Windows function work? First, we are going to check the over function. Okay. What it will do is going to give us the average of the salary table overall. But there is an option which help us to partition it. So how we are going to do that? I'm going to copy this, paste it here and modify it a little bit. So write a comment, Windows over function method. We are going to practice step by step. Once you keep on practicing on this, you are going to understand how this works and why these things are used. So I'm going to remove this as well. I'm going to remove this part as well here. I don't want this. And I'm going to use the semicolon here. And here I'm going to give it over. Now if I execute it, as you can see that it is the over function which is used, Windows over function which is used here. It is giving us or showing us the average salary, overall salary of the salary table for both genders. Okay. So now we are going to use partitions, and how that work is each partition is used for separating and segregating the data you want. So for example, here is a general column here, right? So I'm going to partition right here, partition by gender. Okay. Now if we partition it by gender, let's see what happens. And now as you can see that it has given us the average salary overall for females for each unique individual. Okay. And also for males for each unique individual. So this is one use case scenario. Okay. I can also give it an alias, I think. I'm going to give it an alias because it is quite long. Average salary. So it is not working here. That is one of the limitations. It won't work. So this is how it is working. Let me try to give it an alias inside it. Average. And let's see what happens. No, it won't. SQL won't execute this code. So let's leave it. I think it won't work. So that is one of the limitation when you're using Windows function, that it won't let you alias this part. Okay. As per best of my knowledge. Now, what we are going to do is we have specified the each partition here by gender. Okay. So we are going to do one more thing. And I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to write the code, modify the code first, and then explain it to you guys what we are going to do. So for example, we want to check the sum of all salaries, right? So how can we do that? So I'm going to remove this here. And what we are going to do is we are going to write demo dot first name, comma, demo dot last name, comma, gender. And now I want sum of what? Salary over partition by gender, comma. Now let's try the code and let's see what happens. Now it is much more clear. As you can see, it is showing us partition of each individual uniquely and the average sum of their salary, as you can see here. So this is very useful method, especially for the professional projects. So if you want to check the sum salary, you can use this over partition by whatever the column you want to use. I am using gender. So I am bifurcating it by this gender column. Okay. You can also use the first or last name or whatever you like. And I'm using an aggregate function of salary to check by gender the average sum of salary for each gender. So this is the sum, as you can see here, 36,000, 3,67,000 or 367,000 in USD if you want to check it like that. So this is one very unique method. And now what we are going to do, we are going to move further and I'm going to write another code. So we can also order it by employee ID. This is one of the additional advantages of using Windows function. So how we are going to use that? We are going to just do nothing. We are going to add order by demo dot employee ID. So if I execute this code now as you can see that it is fetching the sum of salaries according to each unique individual employee ID, and this is the result, and it is different from this. Here what was happening was it is bifurcating it by gender and giving us or showing us the sum of salary by female and male, which is fixed. For female, it is 367,000 and for male 432,000. But here, what we are doing is we are using the employee ID to bifurcate and give us the sum salary accordingly for each individual by using over function and partition by gender. So here, as you can see, the outcome is quite different. Shara Ali, 62,000. Noor Khalid, 119,000. Shana Rashid, 192,000. Ikra Hassan, 252,000. So for each individual, sum salary is being reflected by using this over partition by gender and order by employee ID. So you can use this method to check each individual sum salary. So it's a very good function, and it gives you, it specifies the data you want to fetch from SQL. So you can play with this on a regular basis. And now we are going to check. I'm going to give you an example of raw numbers. Okay. So what is raw number and how does it work? So I'm going to tell you now. Before that, I'm going to write a comment. For example, specific function you only do with Windows function by utilizing raw numbers, just like an aggregate function. What this does is it gives a unique ID to each raw. So this is one of the options available for the Windows function, and what it does, I'm going to show you. I'm going to write the code first quickly. Select, for example, demo.employee underscore ID, comma, demo.employee first name, demo.last score name, gender, salary. Now here we are going to use the raw underscore number, and first I'm going to show you guys how this works. number over and now we are going to copy this. Let's see what happens. Now, as you can see that in Windows function, we use its specific function, which is raw number. And what it did was assigned a unique ID for each of the rows, as you can see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the employee ID, this is a test table. So I kept it simple. It could be anything. For example, 0034 something. So each individual might carry a unique employee ID and which will be different in digits and number. But what you can do is you can make it simpler. So this function helps you to give the each unique individual's number and raw number in chronological order. So I hope you understand this. So it is very simple now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is in chronological order and nothing is escaping. Now what we are going to do, but one more thing to note, it might skip 1 or 2 raw number in this area if, for example, the employee demographic has 10 numbers of employees. For example, an employee's salary has 12 number, but 2 employees does not have the employee ID, let's say, or their data does not match with the first table, then here you can see that it would skip it. So keep that in your mind. So it is very good function and very useful function if you want to assign unique raw numbers to each of the individuals. Now we can further use partitioning in this raw number function for Windows in SQL. So how it is going to work is we are going to write raw underscore number, and I'm going to write here partition by, we are going to partition by gender. Okay. Now let's see what happens if I execute this query command. And as you can see that this each unique individual is now partitioned by genders. What does this mean? This means that, as you can see here, from 1 till 6, female, the raw number is given to females 1 till 6. Okay, and then the numbering restarts from 1 till 6. So if you are assigning a unique raw numbers and you want to restart the code and both female and male tables are separate, or you want to keep the data separate for male individuals and female individuals, so you can use this method. And you can also do one more thing, you can add order by in it. So how does that work? I'm going to copy it and I'm going to use order by. Copy it, add here gender, comma, order by salary in descending order. Okay. So as you can see, from 1 till 6, this is the unique IDs which has been given to the females, and then the numbering restarts. And from 1 till 6 again, it has given or assigned the unique raw number to each of the male individuals. But now what will happen? Let's. So I'm going to first check. Here might be an issue, slight issue here. So now we are going to execute it. And as you can see, what happened here is now we have given it the alias of raw underscore number 1 till 6, 1 till 6 for female and 1 till 6 for male individual. Okay, in descending order. So what it did was it checked the salary from highest to lowest in the female section, and the highest has the has number 1 rank, then the lowest, which is 62,000, after 73,000 has the second, then 60,000 has the third. This was 60,000 as well, so it has the fourth. 57,000 has the fifth, and 55, the most lowest salary for the female individual, it has sixth. So you can use this order by function in descending order to rank or give raw numbers. So it is a very useful technique and very helpful when you want to give unique IDs to salary individual based on certain criteria. So this is one of those methods. Now with raw number, I'm going to add one more thing. I'm going to copy it, paste it here. Now we are going to do another, we are going to check another thing, how to rank. So I'm going to show it to you guys. I'm going to write raw. First, we are going to write comma here. Now we are going to give it rank, and bracket open, bracket close. I'm going to copy this whole code till here, paste it here, and we are going to give it rank underscore num. What it will do, I'm going to show it to you guys. Just give me a minute to execute this command. So what happened here is that each of the individual is being ranked in chronological order. There are no duplicate values in the raw number. So what raw number does is it gives you the rank accordingly in chronological order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for female and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for male. But here it is different story. When you are ranking something based on a certain criteria, in this case, our criteria was the salary section and gender section. So as you can see, there are two individuals who earn same amount. Both are females. So what rank does, it does not give a unique raw number to the duplicate value. It gives the same rank number to both of them. So as you can see here, 1, 2, 3 and 3. Why both are given 3? Because both are earning the same amount of money or salary, whatever you like to call it. Okay. So this is the difference between rank number and raw number. And now I'm going to show you one more thing, the last part, which is dense ranking. So I know this is too much data and information, but once you keep on practicing, you will understand how these things work. Raw number, we understand that it gives in chronological order unique ID to each of the rows. Okay, and it does not have checking criteria. But on the other hand, rank, when there is any type of duplication, it gives the same number or value, numerical value, to both characters or more than one characters. Okay, so keep this in your mind. It is very useful when you are checking the data. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an dense rank And what is the difference between dense rank, raw number, and rank? I'm going to tell you in a minute. But let me write the code dense rank overall. Now, again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to write it dense underscore rank underscore num. Now, what happened here, as you already know, that raw number gives in chronological order each unique ID a number. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a chronological order. But when we compare raw number to rank, if there is any duplication in the data, then it is going to allocate the same unique ID to both rows, sorry, more than one rows, as you can see here. But same thing is being done in the dense rank number, as you can see here, 3, 3. But there is a huge difference between rank and dense rank number. As you can see, after 3, it has continued in a chronological order and give Noor Khalid the 4th number. However, rank did not do so. And why is that? Because in the back end, it is checking the data placement, and it is giving rank according to the data placement here. Okay, so that is the reason why 4 is skipped and 5th is given to the this individual Noor Khalid. Okay, but on the dense rank number, after the duplicate values, it restarted from 4th place, which is the unique ID. So this is the difference between all three. Raw number gives in chronological order, rank number gives allocate more than one similar values the same unique ID and continues according to the dataset placement. That is the reason why it skipped 4 and started from 5th and 6th. However, dense rank number does not do that. It do check the duplicate values and give it the same rank, but start in a chronological order, as you can see here, 4, 5, then for males 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is the difference, and I hope that this covers the Windows function. I know it is quite lengthy and a lot of data is there is a lot of data and lot of things to absorb, but once you keep on practicing, you will understand the concepts behind this. So let's continue and move towards the next part. So guys, now we are going to take a deep dive into CTE. CTE is basically a common table expression which is used for temporary query within a query. Okay, it is just like a subquery function, but the difference is that in subquery, a function is not very clean and it is very difficult to read sometime and to manage. And when you are trying to add complex multiple queries, you can't do that with subquery function. However, on the other hand, with CTE, you can make complex queries easier to read and manage. Okay, and I have given the details here of the CTE table. So whenever you are working in a professional environment with experienced individual, they expect you to write and use CTE in comparison to subquery. So this is one of the example of the subquery table, which I have already given you in the previous subquery section. As you can see here, this is a table being fetched within a query. However, it is not considered as clean, and for complex function, it is not that often used. So what I'm going to show you now, I'm going to give you an example of CTE, how that works. remember to use CTE, you have to use the with statement. So the keyword is with, and I'm going to show you how that works. Let me close this result panel first, result output panel, and now I'm going to write the same query with CTE. So I'm going to write with CTE as, now I'm going to give it a, I'm going to copy this particular query. We are going to write it here. Okay, I'm going to remove this extra bracket. Now, what we are going to do here, we are going to add select average underscore salary from CTE. Now, if I run this code, let's see what happens. Now, as you can see that SQL is reflecting the average salary. You can use the same function with subqueries, but CTE is much better. As you can see, it is written here with CTE as. And one more thing you can do with CTE, which I'm going to show to you guys. You can also, I'm going to copy this code, and for example, I write it. I'm going to remove as for now and write it as. I'm going to also remove this average salary, and I want to select from the whole table. I'm going to write here gender and average underscore salary, comma x underscore salary, comma minimum underscore salary, comma c underscore salary, bracket and s. Now, if I run this table, now as you can see, all of the column names are changed. And if we compare this without the column name which I have given, if I remove this, and now if we execute the code, as you can see, it is written and displayed like this, the column names. So it is one of the most common and good method to be used instead of subqueries, and personally I find it much more easier to understand and differentiate when using it for any type of project. And I recommend this if you're doing any type of professional work and if you want to use complex query, for which I'm going to give you an example in a gist. So if you want to use complex query, you can use the CTE function. It stores the data as temporary in SQL. It is not permanent. So keep that in your mind when you're using CTE function. So for example, I'm going to give you an example of a complex query, and then we are going to compare that. Okay. So if I copy this, paste it here, and if I want to write a complex query, I'm just going to give you a simple example so you can understand it. I'm going to remove this whole part, and what we are going to do here is we are going to write employee underscore ID. We want the gender and we want the birth date. Okay. And we want it from employee underscore demographic, and as a data, I'm not going to perform the join here. I'm going to give it a space, and we are going to, for example, I write the birth underscore date, which is greater than 1980, 5 1980 0101. Then we are going to close it. I'm going to give it a comma. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a additional subquery in the CTE form, additional CTE query. Okay, I'm going to make an additional table here. So what CTE does is it just makes tables within it within a query. So it is much more easier to understand when you're trying to perform a complex query and trying to extract the data in a specific manner, or you want to do an EDA, exploratory data analysis. So you can use this. So I'm going to write here, select employee underscore ID, comma, salary, and what I want it extracted from employee underscore salary table, where salary should be greater than or equals to 60,000. Okay, bracket close. Now what we are going to do, we are going to merge select all from CTE, and I'm going to perform a join function CTE underscore 2, and what I want to join it on, I want to join on CTE. Let me remove this. We have to write it again. CTE dot employee underscore ID, which is equals to CTE underscore 2 dot employee underscore ID, and we don't need this. So if I execute this query, and now as you can see, let me close this table first. As you can see here, there are two queries within one query. Okay, and we're going to give it a space. I'm going to segregate this area. Now if we try to run this code, let's see what happens. And it is much cleaner now. We can understand the temporary tables. This is the CTE first table, this is the CTE second table. You can name it however you want. But always remember, when you're using CTE function, you must use without this function won't operate. So let's see what happens. So I'm going to remove this part as well, sorry. To write it like this. Now let's run the code. And as you can see that this is the result. So I'm going to remove this, and there is this error here, employee ID and employee underscore ID. I want it from birth date. Okay. CTE1 join CTE underscore, and now there is one more error. So guys, I think for some reason this is not working. I think I have the older version of MySQL Workbench. So to perform this, I'm going to give it a segregate this first, and I'm going to close this one as well. I'm going to remove this and write another query, but I don't know why it is not working. I think I might be running a older version of SQL. In the latest one, it works fine. So what we can do is we are going to use the select from function, and I'm going to write here. Actually, give me a minute. Let's not remove this because you guys can check it in when you're using SQL. Another way to write this code. So I'm going to bifurcate this one area and write select static from into open bracket, and here we are going to write select. What do we want to select? We want to select. I'm going to copy this whole part and here, and I'm going to give it a reference of CTE. And going to add the join function, and what we are going to do, we are going to use select employee ID comma salary from employee salary table, where I want the salary to be greater than or equal to 60,000. And now we are going to close the bracket and give it an alias of as CTE underscore 2. And here I'm going to perform a joint function directly, CTE dot employee underscore ID, which is equals to CTE underscore 2 dot employee underscore ID. And if I run this query, now as you can see that we have extracted the data by using the CTE function, and it has fetched all of those date of birth which are greater than 1980, and the salary is equal to or more than 60,000, as you can see here. Okay, for some reason this is not working. This should work, and the command is all right also, but I think I am using older version of SQL. That is the reason why it is not working. I have checked this error code multiple times, but I don't understand why it is not working. For some reason here it is working. You can try this code. It works because I have personally checked it multiple times. But currently, what SQL version I'm running in my personal machine, I think it is not working because of the SQL version I'm using. It is older. That is what the error says. So this code should work like this one, this subquery one, which I have written here. As you can see here, this should be the output. Let me close this down first. Now let's execute the code. So this should be the result when you execute this code. So try this by installing the latest SQL version. I don't know why it is giving a error. I will check it later. But this works. This code, there is nothing wrong with this code. I have checked all of the things in this code and nothing is wrong. So the output result should be displayed like this. Okay, now let's move towards the next part. So guys, as you know, I have already told you guys that this code was not working. Okay, so there was a typo error and I have checked the code, and now if I run it, if I execute this code, as you can see, it is showing me both of my condition where the date of birth is greater than 1980 and salary is greater than or equal to 60,000. As you can see, this table is being reflected and CTE1 and CTE2 is joined based on the employee underscore ID. So this is the use case scenario which you can use to check and apply multiple query, and it is better. It has much more readability, much more easier to manage, and you can use multiple queries while using the CTE option. Now we are going to move towards the next part, which is the temp table. So temporary table are used for temporary purposes to check the data, to manipulate the data, but they are not permanent. They are stored in the memory, and once you have checked and worked on a temporary table and you save and exit and re-enter SQL, you won't see them. So how can you make a temporary table? I'm going to show it to you guys. For example, I'm going to write select correct from temp underscore table. So first I'm going to write here I'm going to write create temporary table by the name of temp underscore table 5. Four. Now we are going to add first underscore name varchar. First name must be within 50 characters. Then we are going to go for last name underscore name varchar also 50 bracket close. Then home address home underscore address varchar will be 100 and going to close this off bracket. Now we are going to write insert into for adding the data. Temp, let's go table 4. First underscore name, last underscore name, comma, home underscore address. These are going to be the columns, and the values will be first name. I'm going to write my name, Adnan. Second name, last name will be Shafiq. Home address, I'm going to write something random. House number A15 military society, New Brunswick, California. Those. And now I'm going to copy this part, paste it here, and give it a command. So when I execute this, you will see nothing because I have instructed SQL to create a temporary table by this alias. And first name, character length should be 50, which is varchar. Last name is 50, and home address varchar should be 100. Now I have told SQL which columns do I want by which name. So if I modify it to first F capital, name in proper case, okay, last name, home address. So, and the values I want in the table is this. And now if I fetch the data, now as you can see that SQL has fetched the data by first name, last name, and home address. First name Adnan, last name Shafiq, and house number. So this is how you can. This is one of the methods which from which you can create a temp table. It is useful to check a particular data set, to segregate it in a professional environment. So it is quite useful. And one more way of checking and creating temp table for checking the data or manipulating the data, I'm going to show it to you guys here. Temporary table within the existing table. For example, you have already built the temp table and now you want to check the data and create another temporary table within that data. Okay, so what you are going to do, I'm going to write a query here, create temporary so guys, let me close this table. Now temporary table as salary underscore over underscore 60K. So this is going to be the name. We are going to write select static from. We want to extract the data from employee underscore salary. We are going to use the where clause. Salary is greater than or equal to 60K. And we are going to close it. Now, if I execute this, SQL will not show me any result, but in the backend, it has created this table. Now, if I write select static from, going to copy this name over underscore 60K, and if I now run it, now anybody in the existing employee salary table, it has created a temporary table in which the salary which is equal to or more than 60,000 is being fetched and reflected here, as you can see. So this is how temp table works, and now we are going to move towards the next part. So guys, now we are going to check and see how stored procedures work. Basically, stored procedure is a method in SQL which is very helpful and useful when you want to save a particular code or query and you want to use it over and over again. Okay, so how does it work? I'm going to tell you as per best of my knowledge the market best practice. There are three different ways. Okay, in the first two I'm going to show you how we can use single stored procedure and double stored procedure, or more than double stored procedure, and the third method I'm going to tell you afterwards. So what we are going to do, we are going to write here delimiters. Okay, now what are delimiter? Basically, delimiter is a special type of character or a sequence of characters that signal the end of an SQL statement or a block of code to the SQL interpreter. By that I mean is that delimiter lets SQL know that you are starting to write a code which you want to store in SQL. Okay, so you are going to write delimiter at the beginning of the code and at the end of the code to let SQL know that this is where the procedure is stored. So how we are going to write it? I'm going to write here, for example, create procedure. Okay, and I want maximum underscore salary overall. Now we are going to write begin statement in which we are going to tell SQL that here in this part, the begin part is where we want to start and save our code. Write down our code and save it. So we are going to write select all from employee salary table, and I want the salary which is greater than or equal to 60,000. Okay, and here I want to end it, and I'm going to use double dollar symbol. So when you are writing this code, remember you have to write it at delimiter double dollar. Some people also in other SQL version write it like this. So there is multiple ways you need to check it, which SQL version and program you are using. For MySQL workbench, it is delimiter double dollar. Okay, so now here I'm going to write delimiter and semicolon to close the code. Okay, and here, as you can see, I have made two containers. One container to let SQL know I'm going to store a procedure here. Okay, then I created the procedure and give it a name of maximum underscore salary. Then what type of function do I want to perform? I made another container with the begin statement, write my code here, and then ended it here, and then close off the procedure with delimiter semicolon. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here. First I'm going to run this, execute this code. And as you can see, there is a checkbox here and the code was successfully run in the backend. That means this procedure is saved. Now how can we counter check this? As you can see in the top left corner, there is this is written as stored procedure. Okay, under city underscore development underscore agency database. So here, what we are going to do, we are going to click refresh all, and as you can see, this procedure has been stored here now when I refreshed it. So that's how you can check it. And now if I want to see the result, I'm going to write all, and I'm going to write maximum salary and closing. Okay. Now if we execute it, Control Shift Enter. As you can see, the procedure stored is running smoothly, and it is showing me all of those employees whose salary is greater than 60,000. For further checking, for example, if I modify this code, I remove this from going here and right clicking drop stored procedure. Now it is not stored anymore, and now I write here 65,000. I have altered my code. Now if I execute this and right click here, refresh all, and now if we execute it again by selecting it all and pressing Control Shift Enter, as you can see, now it is showing me all of those individuals whose salaries are greater or equal to 65. Okay. So this is one way to store procedure. Now, let's say I'm going to remove this. I'm going to drop it now. And if, for example, you want to store more than one code in the single container of delimiter, so how can you do that? You have to do nothing. You have to write. I'm going to copy this statement. Copy. And I'm going to write 10,000 here. Okay. Now if we select this and press Control Shift Enter. Now as you can see, it is fetching me all 12 individual data because I have given it two statements. One, select all of those individuals whose salary is greater than 65,000, and also select those individuals whose salary is greater than or equal to 10,000. This is one use case scenario. And if I refresh here, let me close this off. And now if I as you can see, it is here. One other method of saving same code is, for example, if I remove it here, I'll go here on the top right corner and remove this stored procedure. Okay, drop stored procedure and drop now. Okay, and I want to save this whole procedure again. Okay, there is another way. I will go under the database on this stored procedure, right click on it and click create stored procedure. This will launch a new window where, as you can see, I can write the new stored procedure. So if I copy this code here, copy it here, copy this part and save it. Move this and give it a name of, for example, Spartan form. Don't judge me. Basically, I am giving it a random name just to give you an example. And for example, now if I on the lower right corner, you can see there is a apply button. If I click apply, now as you can see, it has already updated the code for me. And now, and I'm going to tell you one more thing. This use statement is basically it is telling SQL is telling it is telling SQL to use this current database. You can change whatever database you want. If you change the name here, as for example, by default SQL has Shakila and School DB database, SYS database, World database. You can use that as well, or whatever database you are using working on. It will save this whole procedure into that database. But currently we are using city underscore development agency, so that's why it is using that by default. As we have clicked on the stored procedure of this database, that's why it has selected it by default. You give the name of this stored procedure, and when I click apply, now as you can see that the code is here. I click finish. Okay. Now, for example, if I want to check if it is running, I will write all button form. So sorry, I made a mistake here. I will copy this here and write call city underscore development underscore agency as letting SQL know which database I want to recall the procedure from dot and the procedure name tactic Spartan bomb tactic close and inverted brackets semicolon, and if now I execute it, as you can see, it is fetching the whole custom made stored procedure or code, whatever you like to call it. So this is very handy, and you can make multiple of these type of procedure whenever working in a professional project. Not only that, there is one more way. If you go here on the top right corner and click on this Thunderbolt button or electric button, whatever you like to call it, it will launch you to this new window where you can see the outcome of this code. Okay. And not only that, if you click on save the script of this file, you can save it and reuse it whenever you want to use it. So this is one method. One more thing. If you go here again and click on this wrench icon, this will show you what is stored in this procedure. So you can modify the code if you want. So this is very useful technique and very helpful. So I hope till here everything is clear and you understand how stored procedure works in SQL. So now let's move towards the next part of the video. So guys, now we are going to see what are triggers and event. So first we are going to start with trigger, and then I'm going to move towards what is events. Basically, a trigger is a block of code which execute automatically when a particular event takes place. By that, what I mean is, for example, if you, let's say, for example, if you wanted to update, there is a new employee who joined the organization and you wanted to update his or her data. in the table, employee salary table, and you want SQL to automatically update the same data in the employee demographics. So this is one of the use case scenario where you can use trigger points in which SQL, once you insert the data, SQL will automatically update the secondary table. So how we are going to do it? And there is couple of points which after writing the code, I will explain it to you guys. So bear with me. I'm going to write the code. We are going to create a trigger. There is a typo error. Trigger. And the trigger name will be new employee. And we are going to write after insert on employee underscore salary. One thing before continuing, here I have written after. So what this means is after I have inserted the data into the employee salary table, this trigger is going to be activated. So if SQL also have before function, and before is used for changing, endorsing, or modifying the data or deleting the data. It is mostly used in those case scenario. For here, we are including, adding, or inserting the data set, so we don't need before function, but we will use the after function. So keep this in your mind, and we are going to use an operator for each row. What does this mean? For each row means whenever we try to update a data or insert a data, multiple data, single data, or multiple employees data, it is going to be automatically triggered. For example, if I am inserting 4 employees data, SQL will automatically trigger for each row, this trigger function. So keep this in your mind. Now we are going to write the statement. We want to begin. This is our container, and we are going to add insert into. Where do we want to insert into? We want to insert the data into employee demographics. Just checking the spelling here in the table section. You can check all of the tables which you have. So the spelling seems to be correct. Demographics. And now we are going to write the columns in which we want to add the data. That is employee underscore ID, first underscore name, last bracket close. Here we are going to insert what values do we want. So I'm going to write new dot employee underscore ID, comma new dot first underscore name, comma new dot. Actually, I'm going to write it with capital letter. New dot. Here also. Last underscore name. That's it. Okay. So these are the 3 columns which we want to update, which is mentioned here. And some of you guys might ask why I have written in the value section new dot employee underscore ID is because we are adding the data. That's why I'm writing new dot. Okay. But if you're working on an existing employee, which was already in the database, you're modifying that, you can use the old function. SQL have both new and old. So keep this in your mind whenever you are working, inserting, deleting, subtracting, or modifying or endorsing the data set. Keep this in your mind that you have both options. Now we are going to write and double dollar symbol. Here we are going to use the delimiter to close it. And we are going to execute this code, Control Shift Enter. Okay, let's see the output. It should work. Yeah, here it is. I have executed it two times. That's why it's showing cross here, but it is already working, as you can see here. Now, if I want to check where this trigger point is generated, so I can go to the employee salary table and here check the trigger. And as you can see, it is updated here. So like the stored procedure, you can edit, modify it on the go. But as for the trigger point, unfortunately, you can't modify it in a new window or change the trigger points. Once it is made, it is fixed. So either you need to write another trigger point or you have to remove the existing one and then update SQL with the new trigger point. So this is one thing to note. And as you can see here, you can check if the trigger point is updated or not. If it is not updated and you have written this code and SQL has executed this, then right click here and refresh all. So it will update here. Okay. So now we are going to write insert into, before I write this, I will write select static. I want to select all employee underscore demographics. And I'm going to copy this, paste it here. And this is going to be the salary. And if we execute this code, so as you can see, there are a total of 12 employees. Okay. And in the demographics, in the demographic section, there are also 12 employees. Okay. So now what we are going to do, we want to add another employee. So we are going to write insert into employee underscore salary, employee ID, first name. Let me pull this one first. So I want the first name. Bear with me a little bit, and I am writing the code. Last name, occupation, which I want to enter. I also want to enter the salary and department underscore. So I'm going to close this. These columns which I want to add values into. Now we are going to write the value. So employee ID is 13. I'm giving it random values, so keep this in your mind. I'm giving it my name, Adnan, in proper case, and I'm giving it my last name, Shafiq, and the occupation, CEO, And shall we, for example, 1 lakh or $100,000? And because I am a CEO, so I don't belong to any department. So I'm going to write null here and close. So now I'm going to execute the code and check the output. And as you can see, one row is affected. That means the data has been successfully updated. Now if we check the employee salary table and close this section of output, as you can see, the 13th row has been updated here. Okay. Now, if we want to counter check that this trigger point was automatically updated or activated or executed, so we need to check the employee demographics table and it should automatically be executed. Let's see. So as you can see here, I have updated the employee ID, name, first name, last name. It has already updated this into the employee demographic table. For these three, I did not give SQL the age, gender, but date separately, so I can update that later. But this is to show you guys how trigger points work. So this is one of the very simple case scenario on how trigger points work, and trigger points are very useful when you're working with a complex data set, big data set, large data set. You need to make the criteria for the trigger points and stored procedure, which we previously discussed and I showed you guys in advance, so your work can be much more tidy and easy for you to operate and much quicker to get the response from SQL, whatever your desired response is. So this is trigger point, and now we are going to move towards the event section. So guys, now we are going to check and see what are events. Events are just like a trigger point, but it is executed on schedule, unlike a trigger point which happens when an event takes place. And events are usually used for when you are importing data or exporting data to a specific file path. You can use an event to do the task automatically as per the schedule. Now, for example, I have created a scenario like, for example, if a person of those people who are getting to the age of 60 and we want to automatically delete or delete them as they are retiring. So how can we do that? So we can use an event, okay? And I'm going to show you guys how it works. First, let's check the table. Select static from employee demographics, okay, and we are going to execute it. So I'm going to give you an example based on this. Bilal Akram, which is up to the age of 50, and we want to delete his raw. As for example, he's leaving the company or he wants an early retirement. Okay. So instead of 60, I'm going to write here 50. Okay. So I'm going to write, obviously we need to use delimiters. One thing to note that for stored procedure, trigger points or event tags, you need to write a delimiter. So delimiter, double $symbol to start it. Now, what we are going to do here, we are going to write create event, and I'm going to write remove underscore retire underscore person, for example. I'm just giving it a random name here. Okay. We close this. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to write on schedule every 30 seconds. One thing to note that you can also write here on every month like this, or year. So I'm just to give you an example, I'm writing on 30 seconds. So you can run event on a schedule basis, on monthly basis, or a quarterly basis, or semi-annually or annual basis. So keep this in your mind when you're working. So I'm going to write to begin, delete, static from employee underscore demographics, where age is greater than or equal to 50. Then close this, and I'm going to write end double dollar and in right delimiter. So let's execute the event. Here I'm going to execute it, and let's see the output. I have pressed Control and Shift Enter, and here it is showing 0 raw affected and with a check mark. That means that the event has run successfully. Let's counter check it by writing show variable like event. Okay, so I'm going to close this, and now let's pull the demographics table. And as you can see, the person Bilal Khalid, who was at the age of 50, is removed from this whole table. So employee ID number 5 is not available here. It is removed. So this is how event works. And one last extra tip, where in an organization when you're working, you might not have the authority or option available to delete, update, or remove the data set. So how can you do that? Check that if you have it or not. You go to the tool panels here in the edit section and go to preferences. And it should be here, SQL editor. As you can see, mine is checked right now. So I need to uncheck it and press OK. So that way I have the authority to delete or update the data. Okay. Keep this in your mind when you're working in SQL. So this is an example of event, and now let's move towards the project section. We have two projects in this whole video, and I'm going to move towards the project section. So guys, now we are going to start our first project, which is data cleaning and data wrangling and pre-processing. And the dataset which I have chosen for this project is basically worldwide layouts. Okay, the reason for selecting this dataset is because we need to clean it, pre-process it, and do the whole data wrangling process. And afterwards, we are going to perform EDA on it. So it's a very good dataset which we can use to showcase in our profile as a portfolio project, and the employers are going to be impressed with this project, hopefully. So that is the reason why I have chosen it. And the dataset I have acquired from a Kaggle platform, and the account will be shared in the link below. And the same dataset will also be present in my GitHub page. So I'm going to share that as well. So you can download the dataset and use it for your own project purposes, making project purposes, or making any type of portfolio on it, or modifying it. It is totally copyright free. So that's a plus point. So now the first point, we need to create a database. And once we have created the database, we need to import the dataset, which I was talking about in the table section, and then start our whole project of data cleaning. So let's start the project. First of all, we are going to go on to the schemas column. And above the schemas column, you can see that there is this icon. I'm going to click here. It is going to open a new window, new tab here. And here I'm going to write the database name. So I'm going to give it a name of world_wide_layouts. Okay, and now on the bottom right corner, here I will click on apply. A pop-up window will appear, which I'm going to show it to you guys. So this pop-up window will come, and here we can make changes if we want. But currently I don't want to make any changes. I'm going to create this schema for the database and click here on apply. Once I click apply, I'm going to click finish and execute the SQL statement. And as you can see, it has appeared on the left hand side of the schemas column, the database. I'm going to close it. And now it is here. If for some reason it does not appear here, click on this refresh icon here beside schemas title. So now I'm going to click on the arrow button. Here you can see there is a table section here, and currently there is no data available here. So what we are going to do, we are going to import the dataset. So I'm going to right click on it and go to table data import widget. And here I'm going to share the pop-up window as well with you guys. So here it is going to ask me about the file path. So I'm going to go to the file path where the data is and select it. And here is the file path. This is the dataset which I will share with you guys. Then click on next. Then here it is going to ask me about the name of the table. I'm going to leave it as it is, layouts, which is the default name. I can also select the database type in whichever database I want to fetch this table. Currently I will leave it at default, which I have created the database on worldwide layouts. And here, as you can see, there is a column. If any table exists and you want to drop that table and fetch the new table, you can click here on the check icon. Okay. I don't want to do that because there is no table available here. So I won't click here on the check icon. I will leave it as it is. Okay. And now I will click next. Now here, as you can see, it is giving me a summary of the data set as well as the data columns column names and the character or data type of each columns. Okay. Currently, all of them are in text by default, except for two, which is total data of, which is in integer and fund raised in millions. Currently, date should be on date and time, but we will convert it in the query via query. So I will leave it as text. I won't change this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on next. Here it is going to ask me for prepare, import and import data files. I'm going to click next again. Now the data set is being imported into the SQL. So we need to wait for a minute. So bear with me. Now, as you can see, the data has been imported. We are going to click next. And as you can see, you can check total number of rows from here as well. And it is saying 23,661, sorry. 2,361 records imported. That means it is 2,361 rows imported. I'm going to finish. Now, if we, as you can see, there is no table imported here. I'm going to click on the refresh icon. And now the table has been updated and the information is being displayed here as well. So you can check the column types and their types here, character type here, okay, data type, sorry. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write select static from layouts. Now if we run this code, let's see what happens. Okay. So I'm going to give it 1000. Now if we execute it. Okay, so my database is not selected. That's SQL is giving me an error that no database is selected. So I have to double click here. Now if I try to run it, hopefully it will run. And as you can see, the data is now fetched here. Okay. And I'm going to drop the output menu here and extend the output result. And as you can see, all of the data has been imported here. Now we need to check the data. And as you can see, there are multiple null rows up here, and we will deal it with later. Currently, there are lots of companies, its location, its industry type, and there are some black rows as well. So we need to find out and check the duplicate by each column. And also, if there are any spaces, we need to pre-process it in advance. Okay, so let's begin the whole process. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this output, and the first thing we need to do is, I already told you, we need to do data wrangling and pre-processing for cleaning the data set and moving towards the second project, which is EDA. And the way we will handle it is very simple. First, I am going to do is remove all of the duplicate dates in the data set by checking. Okay. Secondly, standardize the data set. By that, I mean that I will update, modify, update and modify the data types, the data only. Okay. Will include everything. Thirdly, what I'm going to do, I'm going to check the null values or blank values, and we will see what we can do about that. As this is a project in which we are not working with any organization, and we obviously in such scenarios where there are null values or blank values, we need to discuss it with the higher ups. Do they want to do they want to populate that data by using averages, or do they want to remove it? So currently we don't have that luxury right now. So we will see as we go into as we go into the project. Okay. And secondly, lastly, sorry, we are going to remove any columns or rows which are not required in this data set. So it sounds simple, but it is very lengthy project, so I need to be very quick. Now, what I'm going to do is starting the project, what we are going to do is we will not work on the original dataset. Instead, we will work on its duplicates. The reason for that is, if we make some mistake, then we can continue on this layoff. We can make another duplicate of this layoff. So that's why I'm going to work on the duplicate of this layoff when we are doing the pre-processing and cleaning and wrangling process of the whole data set. So we will copy the table first and then start our work in stages. Okay. Number one, obviously, process the data table in staging. So what we are going to do, we are going to create the first stage, and if required, second and third stage, and make changes on each stage of the table set. And how we are going to do that, I'm going to show it to you guys. First of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a table. I'm going to create a table by the name of layoffs. First layoff. Okay. And I'm going to write like layouts. Okay. Now we are going to execute this command. And let's see. Okay, the table is created, I think. Now what we are going to do, we are going to select and see if it is created. Select all from first layouts, and let's see what happens. Okay, all of the columns has been fetched. Now we need to do one more thing. We have created the first layout table of the original data set. Now we need to import the data from this table to this table. First layout, okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this output and right here insert first layout, select all from layouts. Okay, hopefully. Now if we check the output first, okay, as you can see, 2361 rows affected. So the data has been imported. Let's see now. Yes. So now we are going to start working on this first stage, copy of the original data set. The reason I did this is because this is what I would do in the real world case scenario whenever working on a project for a client or an employer. I would never work on the original data set. I would make copies of it or make stages of it and make changes on those copies. Okay, so if I screw up while working, I can go back and make another copy and start working again. So it's a very good practice to follow, and it is the international best practice. Keep this in your mind whenever you are working. And now, what we are going to do, we are going to obviously, I'm going to select this again. Let's break this. And make some space here. Now, let's start the project. What I'm going to do, I'm going to right select all from first layout. And what we are going to do, we are going to execute it. Now, when checking the data, let me check the data set first. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, there are a lot of null values, blank columns, as well as we don't have any unique foreign key and reference key here. Okay. We do not have any unique ID to differentiate all of these rows. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to give them these rows a number by raw number statements. So I'm going to write the code and we have already worked on that. So it's a very good way to practice whatever you have learned till now. So what we are going to do, I'm going to close this. So guys, now what we are going to do, we are going to give the raw numbers an additional column to check for duplicates. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to write the select statement static. I'm going to add raw underscore number. Then bracket open, bracket close, over. I'm going to partition by company, location, industry, total underscore late underscore off, comma, percentage of, sorry, underscore late underscore of date. Sorry, I have made a mistake. It is backtick date, comma, sorry, backtick, comma, stage. Because we need to write date with backticks, as date in itself is a command in SQL query command. Okay, so stage, and I haven't written country, and also I want to add funds underscore base underscore millions bracket close, and here we need to add a comma. I'm going to give it a alias raw underscore number from first layoff. It is layoffs, and if I execute it, let's see what happens. Okay, so as you can see, there are lots of duplicate. We know that there are nulls and some blank values. I can't go through all 2300 rows, but what I can see here is that there are a lot of null values and lot of duplicates. That means, for example, in this first case, E in INC, let's counter check it. Give me a minute. For example, if I write select static from first layoffs where company is equals to E space INC, I capital NC dot comma. Okay. How if I run it? Okay, so I need to use string function here. It won't work. And that's great that we are doing it and checking all of the data in real time. So I need to write first layoffs here. I need to write the trim function, which I have told you guys, and I need to add one more thing here, which is lower, because I want to check it with lowercase company bracket close equals to. Now if I check EINC dot so let's see. So as you can see that there are lots of null values and total percentage of laid off and total laid off and percentage underscore laid off are null as well. So we need to remove these and we only need one. Okay, more than one is not required here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a CTE function with a statement. I'm going to write with and duplicate CTE as bracket open. We are going to copy this whole statement. And this is the reason I'm doing this is to check duplicates. And we're going to close this. One more thing I want to add here. I will write select static from machine duplicate CTE where underscore number is greater than 1. Those is let's see the duplicates. Okay, so there are too many. And as you can see, the dates, time, everything is matching and they are more than one. So we need to remove this. So what I'm going to do as per market best practice, which I have learned, I need to make another table here. Okay. And then begin my then start changing and modifying the data set as per my requirements. So what we are going to do, I'm going to create another table where I can modify the data set in real time as per market best practices. So now what we are going to do, we are going to go to this side, schemas column. I'm going to click here, then right click. Then I need to go to the copy to clipboard and create statement. I'm going to copy it and come to my query editor, close this output window, paste it here and modify the data. And as you can see, I have changed the name to second layoff, and I need to do one more thing, add a raw underscore number here, and this will be in integer. Okay, and I'm going to create this new table, control shift enter, and we are going to refresh the database, and as you can see, the second table has been created. Now we are going to check it. How we are going to check it, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you now. We're going to write select static from second layouts. And now let's see what happens. And as you can see, all of the columns have been fetched, including the raw number where we are going to paste the unique ID. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert the data into it. So I will copy this whole statement from here, select, copy it, we close this window, paste it here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write insert into layoffs, and yeah, I think it's perfect. I wanted all of the data from this first layoff table inserted into second. So I'm going to run it. I think the data has been successfully imported into the second layoff table. So we are going to run it again and check. And yes, all of the data has been successfully inserted into the second layoff table. Now what we are going to do, we are going to remove these duplicates for each company, and there are too many. So what we are going to do, we are going to remove the duplicates. So I'm going to write another query. So we are going to write delete from second layoffs where no underscore number is greater than 1. If I execute this command and check, so 9,449 rows affected, and if I copy this run it again and check it. Let's see what happens. And yes, the data set is clean, that's perfect. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to remove the duplicates. As you can see here. Now, all of the data duplicates have been removed. Now we are going to close this output panel. We're going to clear this, and now let's move towards the next part. So now we're going to check it again. And let's go by column. So one thing I always do, because I don't want to take any chances. Let's, for example, check the first column. Okay. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to select company from second layoff group by company. Okay. And if I execute this, so what I do, I don't know that if there are blank spaces when this text ends and before this. And this data set is, there are lots of company names in this data set. So the best way to counter this problem, and I think this should be a mandatory practice whenever you are working with any type of data sets, that you should use a call function which we have already discussed previously. It is called trim function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first show you guys what is trim function just to recall it. For example, if I want to apply the trim function on the company, so I'm going to write company, and what do I want? I want to trim company column. All of the text should be trimmed from second layoffs. Now, if I execute this code, now as you can see, this was the original column, and this is the trimmed column. Okay. So what we are going to do, I'm not going to remove this code. I'm going to add an update columns and pre-process it. Pre-process these columns, all of them columns, by using or utilizing trim function. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here update backtick second layoff. Okay, give me a minute. So okay, yeah, second layoff backtick, and we are going to write the set command. Here I'm going to copy this code till here, and we are going to copy it. Now I have to make slight modification here. Okay. I'm going to write the code. Move is equals to Pim, company, bracket close. Now I'm going to copy this whole statement, paste it here, remove the name, right location, the same for this. So you need to bear with me. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm making sure that there is no blank spaces available. This as well. Trim and copy this, paste it here. So it's quite lengthy, but it's worth it. If you want to, if you're trying to make sure that there are no errors in the final product of this code. So I'm going to do, I will complete this. Yes, as well. Oh, sorry. This will be written as like this and equals to Pim and in the bracket, right bracket back close, and for stage we need to write it like we're writing the others. Copy it, copy, paste it here, right stage. More thing we haven't discussed regarding stage. What are stages? I'm going to first let me update this code, then I'm going to explain it to you according to my understanding what is stage in this code. Just fundraising millions, like Pim. Funds raise for millions was. So this is the code, whole code. I'm going to update this here. And let's see, yeah. All of the rows have been updated, and what we are going to do, I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and let's see what happens. So I think all of the rows have been updated, and one more thing, let me explain it to you guys before we further continue. Stage basically these are stages, okay, and this is the seed company which is in the incubator stage, and here in on stage E, series A, they have gained little bit capital. B is much greater, C is much greater, so on so forth, and series J has much higher capital, and that these post IPO ones are those like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, and IBM and Dell companies. So these are stages of the company. Some have been acquired recently, some has private equity, some are part of a conglomerate and they are a subsidiary companies. And unknown, for unknown, I don't have any idea what is unknown, So if in organization you are working and you find out that there are some companies which are unknown in the unknown category like this, so you can ask your senior management regarding that. Okay, what should you do? Should you change the data set? Should you modify it or add any type of stage by identifying it? You can also do one more thing. You can check by web scraping, and then you can update this status. So it's a different story about how web scraping works, and I'm not going to go into that area. But this is a small tip to check the details and what are staging. You now know easily. So they have divided it into categories, and we should know what category means. So whenever you are working with any type of data set, you should know what each column means. Without that, you can't perform EDA or data cleaning process because you can't identify what is the important data in the data set. So you need to be very careful. And if you don't know anything regarding any particular column or the data, and then don't remove it, first inquire about it. That is one of the market's best practice. So now what we are going to do, and one more thing, this fund raised in millions. So there are lots of null values here as well. And this 272 means 272 in million. So this is a quick tidbit which I wanted to share with you guys before further continuing. Now we have trimmed the whole data set, and we have also checked the data set. So there is no spaces, blank spaces before and after the columns and text. Now we are going to move forward, and we are going to check by industries and see that if there are any distinct industries. So I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go and check by location. I'm going to check by industry. Select distinct. First, let me check it by industry to confirm and counter check that are the duplicates gone or they still persist. There might be some duplicates because the fundraise and total laid off might be different for each of them. Na? That is why. Order by one. Now let's check what happens. Yeah, we want to order by one, right? First column. Okay, so there, as you can see, there are duplicates here as well. But the thing is that these duplicates might be in the industry section, but as for the other data, they might be different. They will be different, sorry, because we have removed the duplications. And as you can see, it's a huge data. So, and if we do a distinct function, and now check it. Yeah. So we need to check if there are any duplicates in the naming. To remove, actually I'm going to not remove it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to select, press enter and add and remove the distinct part, and I'm going to check the naming scheme of this and check if there is any type of name which is different. Quickly just have overview or over glance. If there is not, then we can move forward. So no, I don't think so that there is any duplicates here. Coinbase. Okay, there is crypto as well. Also, I think luckily we don't have, because I'm checking it, because there is a certain scenario where the same name is written in multiple ways when you get the data set from multiple departments or multiple sources. So what happens is that when you're doing EDA and finally after EDA data visualization part, so you can't give an accurate result because the industry was different. For example, here it is written as Coda, for example. Here it is written Coda, and there might be another duplicate raw with different data of the same company, but it is industry is written as Coda dot. So for a period at the end, or Coda hashtag something. So what will happen if that when you are doing EDA or you are doing data visualization, you can't fetch the data accurately by industry. So you need to check these type of minute details. I think in my case, we are clear. In this data set, we don't need to check that. Everything is very clear and up to date. And let's, for example, Kareem. Okay, let's check this one data set. I'm going to check random Kareem carbon capsule. Let's check one of these. Okay. Let's see what happens. Select all from second layouts. Where industry is like, not is. Kareem person. Okay, let's check it. Yeah, so there aren't any duplicates. Let's check carbon. Yeah, only one exists. And if I go here and check to TEMP. So that is what I was telling you about. As you can see, there are two rows with the same company, location Sao Paulo, industry same, 2TM. I don't know what 2TM means, but to be very honest, but the total laid off is different, percentage of laid off is different, and the date is different. Also, the fundraise are similar, so there are differences. But for example, if there was a special character added in this industry in one of these roles, then you might not be able to check and visualize the data by industry. So you need to make sure that there are no special characters, full stops, or periods, sorry, or hashtags or spaces. So you can, if there is, you can make one, you can add a single name to the whole industry column of the same company. so you can easily visualize the data. Now, what I'm going to do, I have checked it. We are going to also check the data by location, and let's see how that works. So what I'm going to do same thing here, order by first column. But what I'm going to do here, I'm going to check it by location. Let's check it by location and let's see what happens. Locations. First, we are going to execute this. Okay. So same location is used multiple times. So if I do this, okay. For example, Amsterdam was appearing multiple times. So let's copy this raw. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing. Select from second layoffs where industry, sorry, spelling error, industry, location, sorry, like Amsterdam, and let's see. It's giving me an error. Forgot to add the static here. So as you can see, on a single location, there are multiple companies and multiple industries with multiple laid off. Some are null values and some are null values present in percentage laid off. Country is also the same. Obviously, country is Netherlands, location is Amsterdam. But the thing is that all of the data on which we are working on is not duplicate. As you can see here, every raw is unique. So that's what we are looking for. If there was any duplicate data, then we had to remove it. And currently we don't need to remove it because we have already removed it and we are just counter checking it, because sometimes what happens is, for example, Just Eat Takeaway is the company name. Industry is, it should be food. Some idiot has written Just Eat a Takeaway. However, or delivery, food delivery services, something like that. They should have written that here. However, for example, if there is a hashtag here, and hashtag here in the beginning, and the same company is 2 times present, so that would be a huge problem. We need to, that's why we are checking it, that all of the names are okay or not. And in a huge data set, whenever you are working, you need to check the data set in clusters. Okay, you can't check whole data sets. For example, if there are data of 5 lakh rows, how will you check it? So this is a quick way to check in clusters. So the probability of having an accurate data is much higher by this way. One more thing I need to check. I need to check it from the country section. And I think I can. I need to first select the table again. Share it. From second layoffs. Let's check the data by country. Let's see what happens. If there are any mistakes present here, let me clear this out. And I'm checking on any type of error present in these columns. That is why I'm searching one by one. So static from actually here what we are going to do, we are going to write country and second layoffs. It is grouped by, obviously we want to group it by country. I just want to check how. Okay. So here is a problem here. That is what is happening in real time. That is why I'm checking the data. As you can see, United States without full stop and United States here it is written with full stop. Now I don't know how somebody had made a mistake here and they added a full stop in the data set, ruining the data for some reason. Mistakes can happen. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove the period full stop from this area. So I'm going to write remove. I'm going to write a comment here, remove the period from country USA. So whenever this is a real-time example, whenever you're checking the data, how can you check the data properly? So you need to go column by column. And if the data set is huge, you need to check it in cluster. And if there is a possibility of errors, okay, nothing is perfect, but the probability of having an accurate data is much higher if you follow these steps. So now what we need to do, we need to go select. I'm going to write a command. I'm going to write distinct. I want a distinct country. And we need to trim. There is a function of trailing. This is a function which is used to remove periods. Trailing full stop from country close. Now which table, obviously second layoffs. Order by, I need to order by. I'm going to order by first column. Now let me check where is United States. Okay, so this is the output result. And this is the full stop which we want to remove. Okay, so we have checked it. Actually, it is. Now we will remove it. So I'm going to write. I'm going to update second layoff. Set country equals to frame. Again, I'm going to use the trailing function and I'm going to write from country, bracket close, and where country is like, we are going to write United United States percent goes. Now let's see what happens if I execute this command. Okay, I think it is updated. I'm going to check it again. Now, as you can see, let's check it. Okay. I need to add it. Sorry, I forgot that there are too many duplication in country selection. Okay, now let's check. Yeah, it is removed. And also updated in the table. We can also check it by select distinct country from second layoffs group by obviously country. Now I can check it here also. United Arab. United States. Yeah, the duplicate, as you can see, duplicate is gone. The full stop one was counting as a duplicate and a distinct value, and now it is not displaying in this output. So we have successfully removed the full stop, and now it is counting it as a one distinct value by using this update command and this trim trailing. Whenever you counter this type of error, keep this in your mind. If you want to remove a full stop, you use this function like trim, bracket open, trailing, and comma, full stop, comma, from country or whatever the column name is, and bracket close. So you can easily remove a period sign or full stop from that text. So now let's move towards the next part. And what we are going to do, I'm going to now remember when we were importing the data set and I told you guys that there was a problem in the date. And here in the schema section, you can see that the date by default in the data set was in the text type, which is not the right format for the date. So we need to modify that. And the reason I did not change it there because I wanted to change it here in the query editor and show you guys how it is done. So now we will, let me close this output panel and fix data date in order dates data in order to achieve visualizations date column from text to date and time form. So the reason we are fixing this is you might ask the question why we want to fix it and change it from text to date and time format. The reason for that is simple. Like for example, after data cleaning, we went to EDA process, exploratory data analysis, and then we exported that data into into Excel or Power BI or Python for data visualization. So you can't achieve time series or any type of visualization properly without fixing the date. So you need to make sure that it is not in the text format. Otherwise, you need to change it in that particular application or program which you are using for data visualization purposes. So this is one thing to note. Now what we are going to do, obviously, first we need to select and check the date if there are any other discrepancies in the date column. So I'm going to check it. I need to write layouts. And we are going to run it, execute the command. We have already run the trim function, so there is no space before and after it. So that's a good thing. But there are some null values here. The reason I'm not right now going in the null values or null areas is because I want to check that for the last part, and we are not sure that if we want to remove the null areas. So that is a big problem. So I think the data set is clean. There are no problems available here. So I'm going to close this output panel. And now what I'm going to do now, let's change the date column and update it as per EDA requirements. So what I'm going to do, obviously, I'm going to copy this code actually. Why should I write it again and again and do it on keyboard when we can copy it and we do a little bit of smart work? So the function is str underscore to underscore date back date backtick comma, and the format the format by default which is used in SQL is this. So you need to know this format, write it down or whatever, because it is a universal format used in SQL and you can't change it. In MySQL, as per my knowledge, I have tried to play around with this code and try to change the date format, but it doesn't work as it should in other applications. So that's why I don't change it any further. Okay. Now let's check it. What happens? So SQL is giving me error. Sometimes you need to check if there is any mistake you're making on the go and modify it accordingly. I'm checking it. Try to group it by first. Oh, I'm not ordering it by date. It's giving me an error. So now let's execute the code and see if the format works. And yeah, so this is the format by default in which SQL converts date, which is month, days, and year. Oh, sorry. Yes. Year, month, and days. So if you try to, I have tried, but it doesn't work like that. I will show it to you guys. For example, if I write here, and there is one more column, if I write it year, month, and day. Now I execute the code. Yeah, it won't work. So this is one of the limitations as per my knowledge in SQL. And the year part, you always need to write it in capital Y in order this to work. So you have to do this. Now what we are going to do, we are going to update this. Date column to date and time format using date function. So here I'm going to copy this till this part. Okay, copy it and paste it here and write update and write second layouts. Here so I need to close this, clear this. Here is a mistake I made to write set backtick date backtick equals to this, and I need to write we are going to move this. So I don't need the from statement. And if I update it now and check the output, so I think it is updated, and what we need to check is, yeah, as you can see now the date has been updated to the standard date and time format, and what we need to do is we have changed the format as you can see here, but we also need to do one more thing. What is that? Now we need to modify and update the date type from text to date and time format. So for that, I'm going to write alter table second layoffs, modify column, is date column to date. And now if I format it, execute it, and I think it has been successfully converted, and currently as you can see it is showing text here, right? So if I refresh the database, and there we date format is now date and time here, as you can see. And we can do one more thing, we can write select, right, counter checking by fetching the table. So I'm going to write select static from second layoffs. I'm going to bring in the whole table to see. Perfect. As you can see, the type from text to date and time has been changed for date column, and also we have changed the format. So now it looks much better and much more easier to understand. Now what we want to do, I'm going to close this panel, and for some reason it is not closing. Yeah, now it is closed. And now we needed to do one more thing. We need to remove any blank values and null values, step 3, right? So what I'm going to do, let me write the comment, moving any blank rows or null values. Now, what I want, first let me fetch it and let me tell you one thing. I want to remove these the data which have null in total laid off and total percentage, these rows. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to check how many are there, in which both of them are null. Basically, the data is useless for us if we don't have total laid off and percentage of laid off and fundraising million. Although if we were working in a professional organization, we might have gotten the data from other sources or by web scraping. But currently we don't have that luxury. So what I'm going to do, first we are going to check. So checking null or blank values in total laid offs and percentage of laid off columns. Okay. So I'm going to write the select statement, and where do I want to select second layoffs, and where statement will be used total underscore laid off is we are going to use operator null, and again we are going to use an operator percentage of laid off is null. And now we are going to run the code. So there are too many companies with total laid off and percentage of laid off are in null. So currently what I'm going to do, because without these two factors, this this data which has been fetched is useless for now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove them. So now we are going to remove the data, the rows which has null values in both columns. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And instead of writing this, I'm going to write delete. Now I'm going to run it again. Let's see the output. 361 rows affected. Okay, so it 361 deleted. Now let's patch it again. And as you can see, we have successfully deleted those rows from the dataset which have null values in total laid off and percentage of laid off. So because we don't need them, they are useless for us without these two factors. So I'm going to clear this and cancel the output table. And now I need to check one more thing. Let's fetch the data again and let's check if there is any other problems. Okay, I need to check the industry section. So technically there is no. I'm going to copy the same output, this one, checking industry, paste it here, and instead of that, I'm in industry, it's null or blank. So if you use this command where I have written is null or industry is equals to comma space comma, inverted comma, and then semicolon. That means you're checking blank and null values. I need to check this. So there is no null values. That's good. And for company, let's check it again for company also, just to make sure that there aren't any problems here as well. I'm going to copy this. But without the name of the company, how can we for sure know the data set, the data, total percentage of laid off, percentage of laid off, and total laid off, and the fund raise belongs to which organization? We're going to write a company. So here, company. Let's check it. And as you can see, there is none. That's good also. I need to check one more thing, and Let me fetch the table again to see. Okay. So there is no null values in industry and the company. That's good. Let's also check the country section. Are there any null values in the country? Checking for null or blank values in the country section. The reason I'm writing this down is because when anybody who is new and they are practicing, they can have the script file. So that is the reason why I'm writing these things down in real time so they can also check. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, paste it here. And now I'm going to write the country. Small. I'm going to write country here as well. And let's see. So I don't think so that there is any null values in all of the three main columns which we have checked. And as for total laid off and percentage of laid off, we have already dealt with it, and date we have fixed. As for fund raised in million, I can't remove that because some of the data already has total laid off and percentage of laid off column and company location and industry column filled. So I can't remove that part. So now what we are going to do, we are going to do one more thing. We are going to check or one last thing to check how many are there. One yes. The second last column, I'm going to check that as well. I know there are null values, but just to make sure in the column. So let's see what happens here. Let's see and check. I'm going to execute this code. There are lots of rows where there are null and blank values. So what I'm going to do is, so guys, now what I want to do is I want to remove this additional column which we utilize for checking the duplicates, and now we don't need it. And as you know, when you're working with a large data set, it can eat up a lot of resources. So we don't need it now. So I need to remove it. So for removing it, just let me write down the comment. Now we are moving. We are moving the support column of raw function. And I'm going to close this output panel. as well as the result output. And now what we're going to do, I'm going to write here alter table, second layoffs, and drop column bronze, and I'm going to execute it. Let's see the output, and it has been dropped. Now we are going to check the column. So I'm going to write select static from second layoffs, and let's fetch the data. And as you can see, the column has been removed, and now the data looks perfect for EDA process. So this concludes the project one part of cleaning the dataset. And now we are going to move towards the second part, the final part, which is exploratory data analysis. So I'm going to make a break line here. And now we are going to move towards the second part. I'm going to close this. And now second project is EDA. Exploratory data analysis. So guys, now we are going to work towards our second and final project, which is EDA, Exploratory Data Analysis. And just like what we did in the data processing, data wrangling, and data cleaning project, the first project on the same data set, we checked each column, each each data in the rows, and we figure out what are the errors, what are the problems, and we fix them. In the EDA, we have to check what are the valuable information, key pointers, key data points are. Okay, what are the precursors? We need to identify those key areas. Okay, the best way to do is to do it when you are working in a professional organization or doing a freelance project for your client, is you need to ask them what are their business strategy, what do they want to achieve, and what problems they are facing in the last 5 to 6 months or annually. So by noting those key points and asking questions regarding their scenario, their business model, you can figure out key factors in the dataset. Okay. And based on those key factors, you can then move towards the data visualization part in Power BI or Excel, and by creating a dashboard, and give the stakeholders or the clients or the business owner valuable suggestion and feedback how they can improve their business model. Okay. So what we are going to do here is we are going to try to figure out and try to check different key areas and note them down as a data point. Okay. The reason we will do that is that is basically EDA. We are going to do this because of EDA process. Okay. So if we know the key pointers, we can easily make a dashboard, easily represent it, and easily give them suggestion for improvement. So let's begin the project. First, I'm going to fetch the data and going to check a data set which we have fine-tuned, refined. And this is the data, and it is looking perfect. As for the null values in the fundraising fundraising million or total laid off or percentage of laid off. Basically, to be very honest, I don't know what to do about that because I have no instructions regarding that. So I'm going to leave it as it is for this whole scenario, project scenario. If, for example, I was working with an organization or I was working under a with a client for such projects, I would ask them regarding this that this many number of rows regarding these companies have null values in total laid off, percentage of laid off, and fund raised in million are null. What should I do about them? Kindly update. And I would proceed according to their wishes or desire. So now what we are going to do, I'm going to first check total laid off and percentage of laid off. So that's one key pointer which is very clear and apparent that we should check. And it's a no-brainer. So I'm going to write a comment first, total laid off and percentage of total laid offs. So what we are going to do, we are going to use select max bracket open total. We are going to use an aggregate function laid underscore off comma max percentage underscore laid underscore offs. Okay, from second layoff table. And let's see after executing what happens. So maximum total laid off are 12,000, and that's a very huge number. Okay. And this one represent 100%, very high number. So it's the total worldwide layoff percentage, which is 100%, and the laid off people who were laid off is 12,000. But we need to counter check it with date. Before that, I need to check one more thing. I'm going to write a select statement. Select all from second layoffs where percentage underscore late underscore off is equals to 1 order by total underscore laid off in descending. I want to check in a descending order. That's why I have written it total laid off in descending. And I need to close the statement and execute the code. Okay, so now let me execute it one more time. So it is now in descending order, as you can see here. And highest number we have is from Catera, San Francisco Bay Area. I don't know what type of industry it is. It is a error Catera. And these type of things, when it's a good thing, we check this. Now you can see here industry is not written correctly. Now, due to lack of data, we can't guess the data. However, we can check it on the internet or from other sources. and confirm it. If we were working with someone, with some organization, we could have changed it, but right now we can't because we don't know what industry it is and should we change it on. Okay. So I'm not very so 100% confident about this. However, the laid off percentage is very high. 2,434 laid off in 2021. So that's one thing to note. And the fund raised were in 1,600 million. That's a huge amount. So that's one thing. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the fundraise also. Also, one more thing I need to check before going. Now, as you can see, there are lots of null values in total laid off as well. So we can't do anything about that. However, let's move towards the next part. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write comment checking funds raised in millions. I need to check it as well. So I'm going to copy this code and going to do nothing. I'm just going to modify this one code and write funds facing. Let's see what. So as you can see, if if I was doing a data analytics and afterwards data visualization after performing the EDA process, I would have marked down top 5 or top 10 companies who have raised the most funds. So that way the stakeholder might know that which organizations have raised more funds. Okay. So that is one of the key points. Same I would do for total laid off and percentage laid off. So these 3 points are very important. So as you can see here that this one company, British Bolt, has raised 2,400 and QB. So QB, Los Angeles, located at Los Angeles, QB, and they have raised 1,800 million in funds. And Delivero, Australia, in Melbourne, they have raised 1,700. Katera in San Francisco Bay has raised 1,600, and BlockFi, New York, located at New York City, has raised 1,000. And I would have done one more thing. Not only top 10 fund raised by top 10 companies, I would have also uh, bifurcated it further by stages. In which stage is the company? So it is a very useful information for the data visualization part. So I would jot down this point as well. And one more thing I would have done, which I'm going to show it to you guys in a gist. We have checked three key factors. Now we are going to check one more thing. I'm going to checking company and sum of total laid offs. So I'm going to check it like using select company, comma, sum total underscore laid underscore of select the table, second layoffs, I want to group by company, order by second column in descending. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to run this query command, and now as you can see, all of the major companies are present here in this column, and their sum of total laid off are here. So this is one more key factor to note. So that's how you are going to make data points when you're doing an EDA process. Okay, and one more thing before moving further, when you are extracting information like this, a key point if you're working with MySQL Workbench is to export data. Here is a option to export. So you can export and save it by using this option. So if I was you and if I was working like that, I would always save it. Whenever I am working, I always export the data in CSV and make tables of this separately. So why I do this? Basically, whenever I am going for data visualization in Excel or Power BI or Tableau, it would help me. It would help me because it is giving me a concentrated data set of a particular data point, which I can afterwards reflect on and do a data visualization to show the stakeholders. So it's a very key tip if you're doing this. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check check the date range. So I want to check how many year this data set has and what is the date from where to where. Is it annual date? Is it annual base or semi-annually or quarterly or whatever? So I'm going to check that as well. Always check the timeline of for the data set. So you can identify the trend by time. Date range. So I'm going to check it by using simple command select minimum bracket open backtick date. Obviously, the date column is in backticks, comma, max, date, backtick, close from second layouts. Now, if I check this part, okay, so the data set we have currently is from 2020 till 2023. So around 3 years worth of data we have. So that is one more data point we should jot down or note down. Now, I want to check one more thing. I want to check by industry as well. That's another data point. Now we will check by industry how many individuals were laid off within these 3 years. So obviously, I'm going to use select, going to use the industry column, industry, industry. I have the spelling error, industry, comma. We are going to use the sum. And here I'm going to use total underscore late underscore of, and from second layoffs group by, obviously we need to group by industry, and order by second column. I want it in descending order. Okay. I have already done, I think, by industry or company. This was by company. Oh, so that's the problem. So there are many industries which are named after their company. So that error was already noted. So here is a gray area. And this is by industry. So this is one of those data points you can jot down or note down and also export it. So you can show or tell the stakeholders by industry what was the sum of total layoffs. So that's one key area to check. Now we are going to check by, now we will check the country which were hit the most during the pandemic era. Okay, because around this time it was the pandemic era, and due to that reason, a lot of individuals were laid off. So I'm going to copy this code again, and I'm going to check it by country now. Let's see what happens. And I want to group it by country. And now if I execute the code, and as you can see, the total sum of laid off person individuals in the United States alone in the last 3 years, from 2020 to 2023, is 256,559. That's a very huge number in 3 years. And in India, it's 35,993, Netherlands 17,220, Sweden 11,264, Brazil 10,000. So we can make a data point of this as well by country, total number of laid offs, top 5 or top 10, whatever you want to state. It's a very useful data point for data visualization process. So now we are going to move towards the next part. And now I want to check the total number of laid off people by date. Okay, so we will also check by date the sum of total laid off. And I'm going to write select date. Obviously, this is the column I want to select, sum statement. To close this panel and make some space. And now I'm going to write it. Total laid off from ops group by date, order by column 1 in descending. Oh, let's see what happens. Okay. So in 2023, February, March, it is the data set is still March. So total number of people laid off were 1495 on a single day. And in February, in the month of February, as we can see, 9,169 individuals were laid off. So that's a very big number. So we can extract top 10 dates on which the sum of total laid off people were very high. We can, I'm just guessing here right now. So you can use it to, by dates, you can bifurcate, and you can also use filters in Excel or Power BI, time series filters by date, in which you can utilize and check the dates and total number of laid off people. So that's one way to check. Also, now we have checked this part. Now we are going to check one more thing. We will make it a little bit easier. We can group it as well. So we will check the same by year as well. Year as well. And by year, if we are using time series in Excel, those of you who have used Excel for data visualization, you know there is an option in which you can utilize the date and show the result output in charts format or whatever you want. So now I'm going to write here. I'm going to copy the same code. I'm going to modify it. I'm going to write here year. You can do it by month and days as well. So it's up to you how you check the code. And I need to give it a bracket, open bracket. And for some reason it is not working. I am checking what is the problem. Group by year, date. Why it is not working? I need to check now. Give me a moment. Okay. So now it's a very useful data point. In 2023, total number of laid off people are 125,000. In 2022, 160,000 were laid off. In 2021, 158,000. And in 2020, 80,000 people were laid off. And it is 4 years of data. I made a mistake. I thought it was 3 years of data, but it is 4 years of data in total. So that's a huge number in last 4 years. Lot of people have been laid off. So this is a data point which you should keep in mind and note down. So that's how you do EDA process. And if you do not note down these data points, you can't perform data visualization. So you need to work on EDA. Exploratory data analysis is the core of data analytics and data science. So not the data science, data analytics and business intelligence. So you need to know how to do EDA. It is very critical. Data cleaning, data pre-processing, it's just a side part of data analytics, not the main story. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check the stages. Remember, I have told you guys that we can make a key point, key data point of, according to stages of the company. So we are going to check it by stages, and I'm going to write the comment. And here I'm going to write select. Actually, I'm going to copy one code from here. One more thing I want to do before checking that, if I order it by 2, I'll run the code. Okay. Okay. So that's how the data is implemented. Okay. So now we are going to check it by stage. So I'm going to copy this here, change it, right stage. Also change here stage. I'm going to check it. Okay, so that's how the total number of there, as you can see here, it is a problem as the stage is unknown. So we are not sure in which stage XY companies belongs to. Okay, and they can be too many, 500, 300, 1000, 10,000. We are not sure. So these type of problems we need to discuss with whoever we are doing the project for. Okay, so you need to keep on noting these points and asking the right people the right answers. So you can modify it when doing data cleaning process and getting the optimum EDA. So that's one thing. And one more thing, I have already told you guys that A, B, C shows the stage on which the company is at. Okay. And the seed is the incubator stage. Post IPO means Amazon, Google, and IBM of the world. So they are huge giants. So you can make a data point of this as well. So it's a very useful point. You can also check it by this order by 2. And if I order it by 2, then as you can see, the highest post IPO sum of laid off. That means Google, Amazon, IBM, Dell, and companies like these, Nvidia, have laid off lots of people. 204,000 people have been laid off. Unknown, we don't know about acquired. Other are not that big compared to post IPO. So this is a key point you can note for your EDA process. So this is what EDA is, exploratory data analysis is in journal. Now I'm going to check, let me write down the comment. Now we will check the percentage of laid off for the companies. Not a good idea. Not a good idea, but we will check. But we will check. I'm going to explain it to you guys why it is not a good idea, according to my understanding, but I'm going to check it anyhow. Because when we are doing exploratory data analysis, we must try to check the data from each angle. So our maximum effort should be that we should not leave any point behind to get the maximum result. Because if you don't know the problem, you can't identify the problem, you can't give solutions. So that's the rule of thumb. Whatever you are doing, you must need to identify the problems irrelevant. And the reason it is irrelevant is because of lack of data. However, I'm going to check it anyhow. We have already checked, but I'm going to check it. to write select. Here, select company and some percentage underscore late underscore off, bracket close, from second layoffs, group by obviously company, order by one in descending. I'm going to order it by two as well. We are going to check it in both ways. So two. Let's see the result. So and now as you can see that 0.1 and 0.11, there are lots of null here as well. That is a big problem. And then we need to convert all of these percentiles. One means 100. So this is 100%. That means if company went under. Yeah, Bonza. I don't know which company it is. It must be a Chinese or a Southeast Asian company or something like that. But it went under 100%, 0.2%. So it's hardly a fraction. So we need to convert these percentiles, and we need to make sure all of the percentage are here, not null values. Up now we can't do anything about those companies for which we don't have the data. So that is the problem. I'm not 100% confident, but I'm going to note this data point. So if you are doing this project, you must keep on noting these data points. And also, as I have told you previously, you need to export it and save it as well. So when you fetch all of the data in Excel or Power BI, it will be very easy for you to visualize the data sets, identify the key areas, and also you can make changes in this same table in SQL. So that's a very good thing to note. Now what I'm going to also check, I'm going to check one more thing. Let's see if the data, now this is very confusing because it is saying 2, it means 200%. I need to check this. And I'm not sure if the data is correct here or not. But it is saying that service industry has laid off 200%. Airy rooms, I don't know what that is, but it has laid off 1.770%. Medley and Pollen and Rubius, followed by these three companies, 160, 150% laid off. So that's a very huge number. It means they went under. These companies shut down. Airlift. It is one of it. It is. It used to operate in Pakistan and it is shut down. And the percentile is very high, 130%. That means all of the people were laid off. So we can now do one more thing. I'm going to check the average laid off in a company. Sorry, I'm going to copy the same code, check by 2, sit here and modify the aggregate function to EVG, which okay, let's see what happens. Here to execute. So it is not very useful. I would not take this type of data point, data for data point. So I would not extract this data. So now that's how EDA works. You need to understand what type of data you want and you don't want. for data visualization. Now I'm going to do one more thing. We haven't checked via month. Total laid off. So let's try to check it by month. Select, and to do that, let me check one thing before doing that. Let me fetch the table once. So I need to use a substring function. This can be also the data point, useful data point. So I'm going to write substring, bracket open, backtick. The substring must be performed on the date, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from 0, okay. So 0 is 6. And I want to start from second position, and alias backtick month, backtick close. Alias is going to be month, and sum, I want the aggregate of total underscore laid underscore off bracket close from to layoffs table, and I want to group by, obviously I want to group by month backtick. The reason I'm using backticks on the column, I'm creating a column with an alias of month, and I'm using backticks for column name because month in itself is a function, and as a part of a, and it is a part of a date function. So that's why. Okay. So now here I'm going to write order by one ASU. And let's see what happens. I'm going to execute this code. Okay, so as you can see, it is very useful. We have from January to December the total laid off people who are laid off in the months of January, February, March, April, so on, so forth. But there is one problem. It is giving me the total of all 4 years, January month. So I can use it for a data point, but bifurcating it will be a little bit difficult. So that's one thing, and we can do one more thing. Right. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and let's say by right 7, let's try it like that. Okay, now we have the year and the month. So we can do it like this as well. Like here, yes, month. I copy this here. Shit. How if we execute? Okay, that's a big problem. I have this to write it like time frame, like timeline. Now execute. So as you can see, this is way better. So I think instead of months, which are giving us the aggregate sum of January till December for the last 4 years, I think this is way better because we have the years, we have month, and a whole 4 years data. So we can use this as a data point. So I think it's a very good way to check. And now we can also do one more thing. I'm going to try to do it here. Now we will try to group everything from the first month. That means I'm going to try to do for rolling some of this data. CTE function. So I'm going to use a CTE function and try to do a rollover with data. So let's try to do it rolling as, and I'm going to copy this part. Like it open, paste it here. We're going to give it a little bit space. And this, we will close it. And we're going to write select. Timeline. One more thing I have to give, as I'm using it as a CTE, I need to give it aliasing. So I'm going to write total late stored off, comma, and I'm going to copy the same code and try to write some base in over order by timeline, like it goes as rolling total from rolling none. Now let's try to run it. Now let's try it. So as you can see, what I have done here is basically I have fetch the timeline column by year and month, also their total late of each month for a particular year, and the rolling total. What is rolling total? Rolling total is that, for example, in March 2020, 9,628 people were laid off, right? In January, February, March, April 2020, 26,710 people were laid off. So 9,000 plus 26 equals to 36,000 something. So that's what is rolling total. So that's how it is working. So this plus this equals to this. So that is the rolling total, and it is a term which is used in finance. So we can use this as a data point as well. And in the last, we can get grand total of the whole. The grand total is 383,659 people. So that's how things are, and this is very useful when you are doing a rolling total, or if you, for example, senior asks you to perform this, or stakeholders ask you, so you can perform EDA process by doing a rolling total. So this is one of those examples, and we can use it as a data point, very useful data point actually. So we can use this data. Now I can do one more thing. Here, as you can see, I have used substring function. No, instead of this, I'm going to sum of total. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to do one. We can check total laid off by year as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. We don't need this. We don't need to add substring. We are going to add company, comma, and I'm going to add year, bracket open, bracket on date, bracket, and sum of total length. So that's what we are going to use. And here I don't need to bracket by month. I'm going to copy this two columns. The date column, which is an aggregated function as well, in the sum. Now if I, and I'm going to use here 2. Let's see what it is. Order by. Let's execute the code. And as you can see that this is a very useful data point as well. We have the companies, we have their year, and sum of total laid off here. So we can use this function as well, and this is very useful. For example, Acorn in 2020 laid off 50, and if we do it one, let's see, execute it. As you can see, in 2022, Open, whatever the company name is, has laid off 9 individuals. And this is in sending. If we go in sending, now check that. So this is the result. I'm going to use second to check now. So paid in 2023 have laid off 19 individuals. So this is one way to check, and it is a very useful data point, and we can extract this data point and note it down as well for EDA process. So guys, now we are going to rank the company with the highest laid off by using CTE function. I'm going to use the web statement. Let's give it a name, company underscore year, with company, comma, years, comma, total, underscore late, underscore off, goes as, bracket open, with select statement, and like company, comma, years, bracket open, date that goes, bracket goes as years, and some, here I need to add a comma, total underscore late underscore off, as I will write the same for easy understanding. Now I'm going to write from by company, here, tech, here, tactic, close it, comma, and write company, second name of the second function I am not right as tactic, select static, comma, else underscore rank. Overall, over partition by years, order by total underscore date underscore off. I want to add it in descending as C ranking and from move it a little bit further. Company underscore year. Here, years is not null. Close and into right select static from company underscore year. Okay. Underscore rank. Order by year. Now let's execute the code and then I'm going to explain it to you guys what happened. So as you can see, I have bifurcated by company, year, total laid off, and C ranking. So on number first, the highest laid off is by Uber in 2020, Booking.com in 2020 was second place, Groupon third, Swiggy fourth, Airbnb fifth place. So that's how this works, and it's a very useful data point. And one more thing you can do, you can modify this code and write here where C ranking is lesser than or equal to 5. And if I execute it now, so as you can see, for 2020, top 5 are these. For 2021, top 5 are these, 2021. Okay. For 2022, top 5 are these, and 2023, top 5 are these. So we have easily bifurcated and created a new data point for EDA process, and there are many other ways in which you can perform EDA, exploratory data analysis. And with each of these data points, you can create data visualization process for representing the data key points. Okay, so I hope that you guys till here understand each of the lessons and have followed every step. And now both of these projects are completed, data cleaning project and exploratory data analysis. So now if you want to build your own project, you can easily do that. And if you want to portray this project or showcase this project in your own profile, you can do that. So I hope you guys going to like this video, please like, subscribe, and share. And also, one more thing before ending the video, all of the data and the dataset links will be in the description below. And my LinkedIn account, YouTube account, GitHub account, links will be in the description. And also, the dataset with all of the data will be in the description. So, if you have any queries, questions, or any suggestion for improvement, then kindly let me know. Thank you for your thank you for watching this video and see you in the next video.